Let the joyous news be spread. The wicked old witch and love.
Okay, I guess I'm here now. Afternoon, everybody. Don't know what happened there, but in the description here, if anybody would like to join, link to open. And if anybody would like to join me and chat about whatever, just click on that link and join. But in the meantime, there we go. Okay, we're live and rocking and rolling. Well, welcome everybody to Hell in a Handbasket. This is open mic number 4. And I woke up this morning kind of in a foul mood, because I stayed up late last night to watch the UFC events. The co-main event looked amazing on paper, and it was one of the most disappointing. It's probably the most disappointing co-main event in the history of the UFC. Both fights didn't even get out of the gate before they were ended. And so, it is what it is. So, unfortunately, it was a crappy night. So then I woke up this morning all kind of grumpy and tired until I got on the internet and I checked the news, and to my surprise, everybody's favorite senator, Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, has passed away yesterday or last night during the night. And Senator Graham is no more. So a lot of outpouring today from his colleagues, as well as Grindr has got their mass at half mast today in honor of Senator Graham and all the business he brought their way. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think Lindsey Graham, there are certain people that you shouldn't take, or, in general, you shouldn't take joy in, the unfortunate, untimely deaths of anybody, I think. But there are certain people on this planet that, are contrary to that rule, and because of, who they are as people and individuals. And Lindsey Graham was one of those people. None of us, let me repeat that. None of us should be upset or shed a tear for that piece of shit. Lindsey Graham was nothing more than a corrupt, warmongering piece of garbage his entire life. And there are so many people who, you know, suffered indirectly from the various policies that he advocated for. And there's a special place in hell for people like Lindsey Graham. And I hope today he's roasting down there with all the other scumbags, all the other Zionist warmongering scumbags who went before him. I hope that people like Mitch McConnell are going to follow him. So hopefully it's not over yet. Let's get some more good news. Let's go. Come on, Mitchie. And I don't know what else to say about the guy. Like I said, he was basically a U.S. senator for about 25, 30 years. And he didn't meet a war he didn't like. He didn't meet a foreign policy that would be to the detriment of people. He was just an all-around, piece of garbage human being. So, and if you go online on social media, I think that's pretty evident that he didn't have a whole lot of support outside. You see some of his colleagues in the Senate or whatever, or other politicians posting, rest in peace. But other than that, nobody is shedding a tear for Lindsey Graham. And let this be a lesson to you. This is what happens when you're a closeted homosexual. You die at your home because there's nobody around to take care of you. And apparently that's what killed him. Not the fact that he was a closeted homosexual, but the fact that he had a massive heart attack, went into cardiac arrest, and nature did the rest. But yeah, I'm going to take a lot of jabs at Lindsey Graham on the way out because he doesn't deserve anybody's respect. So yeah, I'm glad the old piece of shit is gone. So yeah, Grinder at half mass today. So yeah, I think with respect to Graham, he's one of these people that history will forget about because he didn't really do much or accomplish much other than enrich himself and the people, or that he was closest to, if he was close to anybody, maybe some male prostitutes or whatever. But I'm just he's one of these people that's could have used his power and influence in the Senate. He was a senior senator for decades. Could have used his influence for a lot of good, but instead he chose to use his influence to enrich the people who donated to him and enriched him. So, like I said, I don't want to spend too much time on this old piece of garbage because, like I said, I think history will quickly forget people like Lindsey Graham, because why wouldn't they? He didn't accomplish anything other than pure evil on the world. So, like I said, good for him. Glad he's gone. I hope he rots. I hope the worms take him apart. And moving right along, what else to talk about? I think the next thing we'll talk about is Iran and what's gone on in the past week. So it was more of the same. What tended to happen was, or what did happen was, as you recall, last week, U.S. and Iran traded some salvos, and then Trump came out and said, "Oh, well, we're back to the negotiating table," which they weren't. And then later on in the week, the Iranians took a couple shots at a couple tankers who were trying to get through the Strait of Hormuz and their closure of it and the blockade of it. So what then happened after they took a couple of shots at these, I think they were Saudi tankers, if I'm not mistaken, the U.S. then used that as an opportunity to respond and start up the bombing against Iran again. To which Iran then used that to strike back at the U.S. So basically, it's the same old cycle that we're used to. Um, it's the same old cycle that we're used to, whereby you've got, it's a tit for tat, more or less. But I don't think either the US or Iran want to start a war with each other. But we're in a situation now whereby the US doesn't really have any influence anymore. And I'll get to their ultimatum. And Iran is basically saying, you hit us, we'll hit you. So, and furthermore, the strait is still closed. So nothing really came of it. They traded salvos. The Iranians, I think, was last night or night before. It all starts to seem the same to me. They hit the Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain again, and they apparently took out it was a repair and maintenance, drone repair and maintenance facility, as well as a command and control facility. So what that actually means in terms of deaths, your guess is as good as mine. So then Trump, or somebody within the Trump administration, on Friday afternoon, they came out with an ultimatum to Iran. Basically, you need to send out a pledge that the strait is open, and if you don't, we're going to bomb the living hell out of you. Blah blah blah, bluster bluster bluster. Iran ignored it and basically said no. The strait is closed, and the Ayatollah Khomeini, he basically said, yeah, we're not listening to the U.S. anymore. We're not negotiating with you people anymore. There's no talks ongoing. So despite what they say on CNN or whatever, there's no negotiations going on right now. And the U.S. then set this ultimatum for end of day Saturday. Iran told the U.S. to go stuff it, and the U.S. struck Iran again, and then Iran struck back in kind. They hit more targets in Bahrain as well as Kuwait and Jordan. So that's where we're at with this war. It's a tit for tat situation, as I said. There's nothing going on at the negotiating table. And it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of traffic going in or out of the strait right now. So, fill up your car because, you never know when they're going to start rationing, because we're running out of gas, quite frankly. And this is going to become a global issue. Right now, it's starting to affect places in Russia. It's also starting to affect some places in Europe, I've heard. And then obviously in parts of Asia and stuff. But as this conflict drags on more and more, it's only going to deplete the stock of gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, you name it, even more so. So, like I said, fill up your cars when you can, and hope for the best, I guess. The last I checked, the U.S. is running dangerously low on their strategic petroleum reserve. From what I understand, the reserve can't get down any more than 25% capacity, or else the whole, it's basically big caverns that they've got built under the ground. And if it gets down below a certain capacity, I think it's 25%, I read somewhere, 25 or 30, but the whole thing will start to collapse in on itself. So they don't have a whole lot left in those reserves. And if you recall, a couple weeks ago, when I was on here, I mentioned that I had read that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was at its lowest point in its history since Reagan created the SPR back in the early 80s. So the SPR is now at its lowest point in its history. And basically, the United States government has been drawing on that reserve to offset the declines in oil elsewhere, to try to keep the price low as well as keep the economy going. But you can only do that for so long until you've run out of your reserve. And Trump himself said a couple weeks ago, if you recall, he said that they had just a few weeks of fuel left. I don't think he meant to say that to everybody, but uh, as usual with Trump, he said it, and I have no doubt to believe it. No doubt believing it either. So I think we're going to see something happen very soon, whereby somebody's going to start raising alarm bells that the SPR, as well as those volumes of oil, are just gone. And it's not like other countries outside of China have huge reserves left. You think about Europe. Not only is it an oil problem for Europe, the bigger problem for Europe is the natural gas. So, as many will recall, after the Nord Stream pipeline was famously blown up, the United States shifted to LNG supplies from the US as well as Qatar primarily. And now none of that LNG is getting out of Qatar and out of the Gulf. So Europe is going to have a big problem in the coming months, I would think, if we don't get the oil and the gas flowing from the Gulf, because they've got to refill their tanks for the winter. And like the United States, the Europeans' LNG reserves and their LNG tanks are running at all-time lows as well. And so, yeah, it's not a good place for Europe to be. It's why everybody over there's boiling right now, because they don't want anybody using energy. So I don't know, Europe, what you're all doing over there without AC. I've got my central air here now. It's a North American thing, I think, living in fine comfort. So that's basically the update with Iran. Nothing's really happened besides, as I said, the tit for tat amongst the groups, Iran and the US. And I don't see where there's been any progress on the MOU, quite the opposite. It seems to me like we've taken a step back from that. Trump has now said that the MOU is canceled, or whatever words he used. I think he said the MOU is dead. So what does that mean? Don't know. I guess we're back to square one. So Trump said the MOU is dead, threatened the Iranians that if you don't do what we say this time, we're going to bomb the bejesus out of you. Iranians said, okay, come on. Actually, I think what they technically said was something along the lines of, yeah, we're waiting for you. So the Iranians don't care. And I don't know where we go from here from this. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any sort of negotiated settlement. I think what I said last week is pretty much where I think it's all going to end. Is the U.S. eventually is just going to have to back out of the Middle East. They'll try to redeploy to Israel, but at the end of the day, I think their influence within the Middle East is on its way out. So yeah, that's it for Iran. What else can we talk about? Well, I guess as I said, it'd be better. This is an open mic. So if you are listening, use this link. And I'm going to show people. It's here in the comments section. The link to the open mic is here. Jump on if you want to have a chat. And we can talk about all things geopolitics or whatever else we want to talk about. Haven't really been following the World Cup, so can't help you with that. And like I said, the UFC event last night was pretty crappy. What other news do we have to talk about? Well, I guess with the other conflict that's going on, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, it seems to be similar. Russians have stepped up their attacks on Ukraine, as they did last week as well. But this week they've given Kiev a proper tanning, and they've used some pretty large, pretty high-end weapons. And they've been bombing particular various sites within Kiev. It's funny, Lindsey Graham was actually just in Kiev like a couple of days ago, and he flew home after meeting with Zelensky, and had a heart attack and died in his house. So there's the Zelensky curse for you. It seems anybody he touches just either loses or dies. So another one bites the dust. But yeah, it seems like the Russians have upped their attacks, and they're using, bigger bombs, bigger missiles, cruise missiles, things of that nature against targets in Kiev, as well as other parts of Western Ukraine. So it seems to me that they're getting ready for some sort of ground offensive, a bigger push over the summer and into the fall. Primarily, what I've read and seen is the Russians have started pushing down from the north, as well as the east towards Sumy. And there are only, last I checked, I think I read somewhere they were only about 5 kilometers outside of Sumy. So they're doing some sort of a cauldron type move that they tend to do on the Sumy area. And as well, they're also moving closer to Kharkov. So it looks to me like they'll probably focus on the northern campaign. They'll probably look to take Sumy, and then from Sumy they'll move off to close in on Kharkov on all sides. That would be my guess. Kharkov will be not a tough nut to crack. It's a very big city. I think it's the second largest city in Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken, about 1 million people. And at some point, if they are looking to take Kharkov, that would require quite a force. You'd be looking at, I would think, a couple 100,000 troops at least to be able to siege and gut out a city that size. So I guess we'll see what happens there. And then along the rest of the front, the Russians continue to advance, albeit more slowly. And they've also started attacking, or should I say, re-attacking ports and facilities in Odessa. So I've been wondering a long time, for the last few years, what their intent on Odessa is, because I don't think they ever wanted to take Odessa, not originally. But now I think the Russians realize that letting Ukraine have access to the Black Sea, it just won't work. So this will give them the reason and the rationale and the opportunity to take Odessa and then link up with Transnistria. When you look at all the bombings that Ukraine is doing to oil tankers in the Black Sea, so the Ukrainians have been sending out drones to attack the Russian fleet, the quote shadow fleet of Russian tankers. The Ukrainians claim 20, that they hit 20. The Russians said it was 2. Truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but I think it does. It will give the Russians pause to say, well, if this is what we're going to deal with moving forward, we need to create more of a buffer zone, and that's going to include, taking complete control of the Black Sea coast. And once that happens, I think Ukraine as a future going concern is not likely, because, or well, it'll be just this landlocked rump state in Central Europe. That's just what Central Europe needs, is another landlocked rump state, So yeah, I think eventually as the Russians start to push to Kharkov, and then from there, once they take Kharkov and Sumy, particularly Sumy, they can then move down and encircle Kiev. And it, I think the goal now is to take Kiev as well. So all those people, whether it be in Kharkov or in Kiev, they're all going to get pushed further out west, either in Ukraine or more likely pushed out of the country altogether into Poland. So Europe is going to have a real problem on their hands with refugees. And I know that uh, the refugee problem with respect to Ukraine in Europe is already bad. But what do you do when you've got people who are just coming en masse because and they've got valid reasons. They're going to come to the border. They're going to go to the Polish border or wherever, Hungary, wherever they can find it, and just say, hey, our country is literally at war. I'm here with my kids. We got to get out of here. We're war refugees. And it'll be interesting to see how Europe reacts to it, because you've got this continent and this collective within the EU who have been bloviating about human rights and values and all this other horse shit for God knows how long. And now, when the metal hits the meat, are they going to allow them in? I doubt it. If you read the news, it looks like the Ukrainians, with the help of the Europeans, are trying to expropriate a lot of the young men who originally left when at the start of the war. The Ukrainians are trying to expropriate them back to Ukraine so they can fight, because they've got a manpower shortage. So you think about that, and the math just doesn't compute. Like, if you're going to be shipping men back, you can't let other people out. So it'll be interesting to see how Europe tries to put lipstick on that pig, and tries to figure out how to spin it from a PR perspective. Long story short, I think if what the Russians are doing is what they actually do, what I think they're doing anyway, I should say, Russians will make a pretty far advance this summer and into the fall. And my guess is this war will be wrapped up one way or another next year. Uh, you know, Europe doesn't have anything left. Ukraine doesn't have anything left. America doesn't have anything left. All they have left is words, So at the NATO summit this past week, there was a lot of talking, a lot of promises and pledges, but when you actually start to think about it, you can pretty much tell it's all nonsense. Like Trump, apparently uh, granted a license, or he said that the U.S. would be granting a license for the Ukrainians to build their own Patriot missiles. So it made all the headlines, right? Reuters and Associated Press and Washington Post, New York Times, all of these propagandists, they all had Trump is licensing patriots. And if you're not actually in tune with what's going on in this conflict and you're not following it, you're probably saying, okay, yeah, cool, whatever, not knowing what that actually means. So in order for the Ukrainians to actually build those things, they don't realize the amount of work that goes into creating a Patriot missile. So number one, they'd have to source all the material. So just to give you a bit of context, my understanding is to create a Patriot missile requires inputs from about 400 different American vendors. And it's all kind of patchwork together, very small batches. It's like somebody with their own crochet shop doing everything by hand. It's basically what creating a Patriot missile flight. So how do you harness all of those supplies from the various 400 vendors, and then how do you piece it all together? I guess what I'm saying is there's no way in hell Ukraine is going to start producing Patriot missiles. It was an empty promise by Trump, and yeah, so that's all we saw out of the NATO conference was a whole lot of the same, which is Putin must not be allowed to win. Russia, the war would be over if Russia would only leave, and all this, nonsense. They just don't want to come to grips with reality yet that they've lost this war. NATO has strategically lost the war. They've tactically lost the war. They don't have any weapons left, So what do you do in that situation? They can't produce the weapons fast enough. They don't have enough men. So usually when you don't have the army in terms of people or, equipment, that generally means you've been militarily defeated, and they don't want to admit that. And for some strange reason, I don't know why, I've never understood the Russians' approach to this. Well, I kind of understand it, but Putin and the Russians have been going very, very cautiously in this war since the beginning, because he wanted to limit the number of casualties, primarily on the Russian side, obviously on the Russian military side, but also, if you listen to Putin, he wanted to limit casualties on the civilian side. Believe that if you want, it doesn't change the fact that that's what they've been doing, is very slow grind, moving very intermittently as they've gone along, and they've been successful with it. But at some point, I think, we're going to see, and I'm surprised they haven't even, well, they've kind of started it, but not in large force. I think you're going to start to see a major push of military. Oh, there's coping.
Yo,
sir. Hey, Doug.
how's it going?
Oh, not too much. I was just talking about how I woke up this morning all pissed off at the USC event last night, but then I found out the lovely news about Lindsey Graham, and that made my day.
Yeah, I
Well,
wasn't able to join or comment or anything. I was just able to kind of because I had a notification on, so I was only able to kind of like turn it on and like partially listen in. And I kind of assumed from the title that they because I recall that you yeah, he's like one of your favorites. You're so fond of him that like you're brimming with love and yearning for him to come back.
well, it's like I was saying, there are some people who don't deserve, empathy. Lindsey Graham is one of those people. He did nothing to benefit, the American people. He did nothing to benefit people outside the US. He's done nothing to benefit anyone other than himself and his donors. And people like that, the less you have in the world, the better. So good riddance to bad rubbish. Fuck Lindsey Graham. Hope he's burning right now as we speak.
Well, I mean, the way you're describing him, I'm kind of left to ask, like, how did he differ actually in any meaningful way from the others? Because as far as like everything you just said, that's pretty much everything. The thing I think about typically with any politician, like if you can lube them, they'll spread their cheeks for you, and they'll say whatever in public in order to get it done. And like he was, he obviously had a pretty long track record, and that for that makes it easy to kind of rack up like, oh, all the bad things or good things, depending if you had a positive or favorable view. Because I get the impression that people who think that he's who had like they think that he is in a pro-America camp in a sense, and in kind of on the surface he is, right? But the way that he's acting, like you said, he's very opportunistic, and that's a lot of valid criticism therein. But I'm really sure if he really stands out all that much from I just know that, like, to me, the way he stands out the most is that one clip where I think he was talking with Zelensky in the early days of the war. It was like fighting the Russians. That was the best money we ever spent. Like,
Best money we ever spent.
that's
Uh,
what it was. It's just so humoristic, right? But like on a more serious note, like why would you say your dislike for him? Like what makes it stand out compared to others of his type, so to speak?
well, I mean, he's always been a warmonger. He's always been a shill for the military industrial complex. So not all politicians are, right? But Lindsey Graham was always in their back pocket. He never met a war he didn't support. And because, for him, it was all about keeping the military industrial complex going and being at the trough, getting whatever that industrial complex would offer you, right? Was he necessarily worse than some of the other ones there? No, probably not. But he was certainly more vocal than a lot of them. So he would constantly be out there, always looking to drum up, support for whatever war, whatever incursion, and not just war stuff, but any stuff. I mean, he's just a all around scummy guy, and yeah, he was
Like
there much too long.
sort of like this spokesperson for the perpetually hawkish, so to speak, like the club of perpetually hawkish ones.
Yeah, yeah, he's one of these OC type of neocons from back in the early 2000s, 1990s time area, back when they believed at the time, and probably rightfully so, America is the strongest military power in the world. We're gonna push our weight around, blah blah blah, all that stuff, right? And he never left that script. I mean, up until the day he died, he was talking about how the U.S. is the greatest fighting force in the world. He was still working on sanctions against Russia, the SAFE Act, whereby the U.S. would impose secondary sanctions on any country that buys oil from Russia, including China and India. Remember that? Where they were saying, 100% tariffs on it. He's still working on that up until the day he died, right? So that's the kind of person he is.
Well, but that they kind of when you're saying that, as far as I recall, he was also kind of very in for this, perpetuating the conflict with Iran and what have you as well. But how was it when it came to China? Because as far as I've understood it, like there was a fairly big split there. But was he so eclectic? Like, no, please, them too, join the club.
Oh no, he was totally anti-China, totally pro-war with China as well. Lindsey Graham was one of these people who thought that America could beat every other country in the world, simultaneously. He just didn't live in he didn't live in reality, and there's a lot of them there who, and in Europe too, by the way, in Canada and everywhere else, everywhere in the West, there's a bunch of these delusional politicians who just don't know how the world works in 2026. And so they're either willfully ignorant or they're just crooked. I don't know which, but
Well, I'm kind of inclined to believe to think often that when you take like people who are up in power and they're operated when donors and stuff like that, it's a like I don't typically take what they say as a matter of their actual conviction. So when they like he might be saying this and that in by United States and so and so, but like if he's all over the place, every war is cool. And in every single instance, you will see that he has close relations with the arms industry. Then he does understand how the world works, like as it pertains to him, right? And I think that's where we kind of get like, yeah, there's a lot of people like that, and not necessarily just the West. I think it's just this is so ubiquitous across the board. Like you can take Iran for example. They like the things that they got going as well is pretty off the charts as well. Like especially since they don't have they keep a lid on it, so these things can keep building up. So like in the Iran, for example, you have those who are more economically minded, right? So they're a little bit more pragmatic in how to, a little bit more tactful, shall we say, on how to deal with Americans. And then you have those who are like, no, we should get the nukes and get them right away. Like literally, like no, kill that Ghalibaf and for trying to put well. So I came across this one was yeah. I'm not sure if you want to just move over to Iran maybe.
Oh yeah,
So
sure. Yeah,
because
Lindsey
I
Graham
don't really have all that much
doesn't
to say
require
about
that
it.
much of our breath. He's not
Yeah,
worth
like
it.
I don't really have like, because I'm not American, and it's he would be like just the more noticeable person of a type of block that I'm kind of already familiar with. Like, and I
Sure.
recognize we have our Norwegian counterparts as well. So, but yeah, like Iran, this a you remember last time I was on I mentioned like the distinction between like the turbans, which will be like the mullahs and those, and you have the boots, which will be primarily IRGC. Then you have the suits, which will be like often known as the reformists, moderates, pragmatists. So that would be like Ghalibaf, for example. And then you have the streets, which is not to say the streets of the dissidents and rebels, like those who were in the uprising, but the streets of the pro regime. And that will be where you find the Paidari, the extreme of the extremes. And seem to be having quite a lot of headway, but interestingly, they also seem to have an increasing amount of them start getting like slowly but surely, like it's become noticeable that they're attempted to be swayed over by Ghalibaf, because Ghalibaf, what was interesting with that guy when he first came in, like during the first round of ceasefire, he came about primarily because Ayatollah Khamenei, not the Mushtaba, but Ali, I think, or the previous one. He that was the turbans, right? So when he went, because he had a lot of power, like supreme leader in a genuine sense, not like his son. It was like a cardboard figure, literally. Um, so through that, Ghalibaf managed to, like, when the ceasefire got around, there had been so many assassinations around that Ghalibaf kind of incidentally, and also because of his ordinary drives, like he's lost for power. He's like criticized from all sides for being like very opportunistic and whatnot. Um, and one can kind of also tell how he got to that, not by just only his own cunning, but if you look at the assassinations that the Americans, and in particularly the Israelis, did, for they were the ones who went most for the assassination parts. The Americans were more on the military hardware and those kind of things. And the reformist bloc, the whole reformist bloc, the whole suits, they were peculiarly untouched. Like, but maybe not peculiarly, because they have been like for a long time putting on the facade of being like a facade or for real. Like, it doesn't really matter. That's the only face outwards that they has shown any willingness to negotiate. So that is very probably why they didn't. I don't think they tried to get Ghalibaf specifically. But as Ghalibaf, the opportunist, starts getting into power, and he wants to really have more of it. No, he was considered like, I thought he was like, this guy's a dead man walking, because I saw like on one side you have the Americans and the Israelis laying out conditions that there's no way he can actually make that go through without getting killed by his own, and his own are making it crystal clear: you're a fucking traitor if you even sit down with these people. And um, a and then of course on the other side, if he doesn't, he gets taken off the kill list. Now, there are some strong suspicions that he might have utilized that the safety he had in the kill list to get rid of his opposition. So he has the American, like the threat of the American and Israelis assassinating. That is what he's kind of like maneuvered gradually in order to move himself up the ranks. And the degree of where he's actually gotten power. So like, we're moving from like the first ceasefire period, and people like me are thinking like, yeah, this looks like a pretty dangerous situation for a guy like you. Like, you're probably going to die as soon as the ceasefire is over. And now he seems to actually have genuinely managed to acquire a notable amount of power within. So like when Khomeini, the supreme leader, was assassinated, it was the Boots, the RGC under Vahidi, that took over, and Ghalibaf was the spokesperson under IRGC, um, and seemingly speaking on behalf of Mushtaba. And this one will become important because we have yet to see Mushtaba. Like, he did not even have a televised appearance for his father's funeral, right? So
Right.
this is about a lot of questions, and particularly from the streets, the Paidari camp. So the streets, the way to kind of view them is like they're really tied to the mullahs, the turbans, but the turbans are like the institution of the ideology, and the streets, so as it would be called, would be the basically the supporters, the base of that institution, the ideological anchor to a large extent. So they, as they were starting to press on and get a lot of power, that made the IRGC actually wane, but it also made a Ghalibaf in an even more dangerous situation, right? Because the closer they get to power and he starts to negate them, the more obvious that, like, no, you are a traitor, right? So he seemed to have managed to gotten the IRGC largely paid, bribed, however it is, threatened or so forth, to more or less comply. Um, and the IRGC seemed to want to replace the Paidari, or like not replace them, because they can't really do that, but they want to kind of reduce the threat that they pose. And so there are two things that will indicate that this is the case. One was that on Islamic Republic state media, they would have a very famous mullah from that tied to the Paidari camp, trying to sway the populace in a very Islamic way, using scriptures that is like, unless you actually know much about it, you're not really gonna get it, right? So, but then I read it, like I watched that one and got a breakdown of it, and then see how it's reinterpreted, because it was on the state media precisely for the crew that was there to reinterpret it in a manner to tell basically to tell the ones on the streets, calm down on this, kill Trump, all those kind of things. Because one thing was like hang the compromisers and stuff, but another thing was like kill Trump, because that obviously just messes up with the negotiations. But you see, these people don't want to. Those who are on the streets, like, to them, just even considering talking to, like, the murder of Qasem Soleimani, the murder of the supreme leader, what the fuck are you talking about? So, I found like this breakdown that I thought was like, wow, this really tells you how far ahead these people are. So one figure that is important among the streets. So he doesn't have the institutional power of Mushtaba, for example, but he does have a lot of influence therein. He doesn't have military power like the RGC, nor does he have the economic power of Ghalibaf. But he does have a lot of popular support among especially the Paidari. So he goes on to this. So if you see the pro-regime protests and whatever on support rallies and stuff like that, the Paidari are the ones who are doing it. So they get their power precisely because they can mobilize the street. So that's how they become the power block. Even though the streets may not necessarily be having the same extremist inclination, though it seems that they do. But in any case, so there was one where Said Jalili, Said Jalili went to one of these bigger rallies in Tehran, and they were shouting like, don't let them give our dear leader," talking about Mushtaba, "don't make them give him the poison chalice." And it's like, okay, what do you mean about the poison chalice? Now, actually, it's tied to a similar thing to what Socrates, right? Socrates with the hemlock, he was forced to drink it.
Yep.
So the chalice here for them, though, was Ali Khomeini, the first Ayatollah, right after the Islamic Revolution, right? So if you may recall, they had like a decade-long war with Iran and Iraq.
Yep.
And when he didn't want to get there, like, he eventually was compelled to give up. But as far as he was concerned, the dogma, the doctrine, necessitated that the war goes on until they have reached and conquered Jerusalem, right? 10 years of war with the Iraqi, and you can see they didn't go any further eventually. So but because he was so reluctant, he equated that, and he said this is because of the people among us, right? So he was kind of pushing over the blame internally. They made me drink the poison chalice, right? Of which is negotiating and compromise and stuff like that. So they used that phrase referring to the first Khomeini, that he gave up for a moment, and look, now the enemy is at our gates, right? So
So he used that term back in '89.
he used that in 80, yeah, when the war ended, right? That's the term he used to kind of like like it became like a famous a thing that remained after, like, yeah. And the reason that we lost that one was because the supreme leader was forced to drink the poison chalice, right? So now with the negotiations going on with the Americans and stuff like that, that is what they're equating it with. And they're calling to Jalili to like pressure on to stop Ghalibaf and stop Wahidi from a giving Mushtaba the poison or whichever is the supreme leader. Now, here comes the thing that suggests that's a clear threat, right? Like if you are the IRGC and Ghalibaf and you want to kind of do your own thing, sure, you are ideologically aligned and you're kind of in the same club, but you have a different consideration to have. You have to consider other things too, right? And I'm going to try to skip because I've been talking a lot, but there's been, apart from many other indications, like in-state media that indicates that the RGC are going to be less tolerant towards threats against Ghalibaf and stuff like that, and attempts to sway the public chants, for example, away from, death to the compromisers to death to America, and the people say like death to hypocrite. So that, okay, let me imagine, because this was funny. They go death to the compromisers because they are against Ghalibaf in the negotiations, and then there are those in that are kind of like on the podium, and they're kind of trying to they got the mic basically, and they're trying to change the chants into death to America, right? And the crowd respond, rather than going for the regular there, they respond with death to the hypocrites, right? Because they know what's going on. Like they can tell that no, you're trying to kind of just distract us away from the fact that you are sitting down with the enemy, right? And so they said death to the hypocrites, and then they try like, oh, death to Israel and whatever, and then eventually they kind of like go a bit back to the death to the compromisers. Eventually, like they were not able to sway them in that regard. So here comes on the power play point, and this is someone who we might be hearing more of. So Saeed Jalili, if he hasn't been up much, he might come up notably. And then you have Khomeini's grandson. No, that is maybe that was Ali Khomeini. I should maybe look it up, but Khomeini's grandson. So Khomeini was the first Ayatollah. Khamenei is the one who was killed. So Khomeini, who was the first one, his grandson was noted by some very, very few. It was spotted, like because by both pro and anti-regime analysts. But they noticed, because he was saying like there should be those who sit down and who want to negotiate with the Americans for the sake of peace should be killed, right? And he's going about it in a passionate way, which would make you think that he's like he's also railing against Ghalibaf and so forth. But he note that there was not a problem negotiating; it was negotiating for peace, right? He's trying to soften the extremists, more extremist stance that Jalili is bringing on, and many are, and this is the guy, by the way, who said he would be perfectly fine with watching half the world burn, just to kind of bring about the Islamic revolution or something like that, or like definitely no dove, but he's actually in a very, very subtle way leaving the door open for negotiation, not for peace, but just so practically speaking. And just that little deviation from the ideological hard stance that, again, Khomeini's grandson, after all, the one who where the term, the saying, the poison's chalice, right? The one who, yeah, so he um so like what that suggested was that the IRGC might be trying to get warm up for Khomeini to actually take over the position of Mushtaba, because at this point the turban as an institution, right, they've kind of lost all power. They don't have the supreme leader hasn't really been showing up. The everything from that institution has mostly been spoken either by the boots or the suits, and then eventually they have some in there. So it seems like the contestation here would be to try to get the turban institution, like, is it the suits or is it the boots who will get the turban institution to kind of like, yes, we are behind you, like you're the one, the authority to go by. So, like, I mean,
okay, but here's my question: these three factions that you talk about, right?
mm,
In terms of population, they're small percentages of the overall Iranian population. The majority of the people are just living their lives. Would they actually agree to what you just said could potentially happen, whereby the existing Ayatollah, I can never pronounce his name, but you're right, he hasn't been around, so but he's still the Ayatollah. He can't just be removed like that, can he?
well, like, is he alive? Right? So, and if he is alive,
Right.
right, and
But
if he
assuming
is,
he is, right?
yeah. So, um, um, like I think it kind of depends, because let's put it like this: I don't think the ordinary Iranian in this particular context, when it comes to the internal struggles of the regime, really matter, because either they are with the regime, and if anything, they will be kind of part of the streets, or they are members or family affiliates or friends of RGC or the streets. Like, they kind of got like favors and connections therein that make them pretty okay. And if they don't, then they are probably just going to hate the regime anyways, because that's the general sentiment. So as far as I've understood it, like, there are for most part, because most Iranians are against the regime, and they're fearful of the regime. So they actually do want the Americans and the Israelis to continue, because as far as they're concerned, like, if the Americans and Israelis stop, then the wave of repression and reprisals that the Islamic Republic might dole out against them, trying to hunt out for whatever, because since all this started out, right, the Iranians were unarmed, for most part, during the first uprisings until they got massacred, and since then they haven't really showed up in, like, they have been some showing up, but nothing like that, right? But there have been armed strikes against checkpoints and stuff like that, which are much more characteristics to local insurgency and that kind. And
Sure.
those have, whether correctly or not, I don't know, but they have been attributed to what was it called, Java, the Immortal Guard, basically is what they're called. So this would be basically like dissidents who are specifically for Pahlavi. And I think it's also kind of worth noting, like,
Oh, come on, man.
hmm?
They don't support, nobody supports him in Iran.
Well, actually, his support is widespread, but I think that the when we say support, I think it's
Yeah.
worth bearing what is actually supported, because I get the impression, like, the way it's spun on the media is that it's or just generally people, the impression people have is that it's about getting Pahlavi, the person, and the institution of the Shah back, and all that. But the only reason he has support, like, because like, of those who support Pahlavi for as a monarch, yes, that is an extreme minority, and even them are kind of like ridiculed by, like, most of the pro Pahlavis are not supporting Pahlavi because they want him in power specifically. They want him to be, because it's more to do with lack of alternative during a transition when replacing the Islamic Republic. That's really where it goes. So like this is something I've been explained by other both online but also like of Iranians I meet in person, that like the people of Iran, and this started coming about a couple 3 years ago. So like Pahlavi had been known for a long time, but like he didn't have much support, and that's true. But his support was also kind of fostered a bit on the grassroots level until he started like, okay, maybe I'm going to start being a little bit more vocal, right? And then eventually things kind of snowballed for reasons that kind of ties a little bit more to the conflict, the uprisings, and stuff like that. And to that point, you see, that's where the reason that the many Iranians would go for Pahlavi is because, yes, sure, there were definitely some repression going on. If you're Kurdish in the Tabriz area, you were probably more likely to have a enmity towards Pahlavis in general because of when the separatists were operating there, the way that Pahlavi went about it, or rather the Sabak, was that in a manner that was excessively heavy-handed, and that caused, of course, resentment. So there's a lot of those things. They remained for quite a while, but sort of like with Lindsey Graham, right? Like, is he the worst compared to some of the newest politicians? No, he just have a much longer track record that you can see. Just like African dictators that have been ditched, Arab dictators have been ditched after 3 to 4 decades. Compared to the next asshole in line, you like that, right? So it's kind of like when you look at under the Shah, right? It's actually during 3 different, like it's his grandfather, and then him, right? And then in between you have like Mossadegh and all that kind of stuff, right? But it's what they have then to compare with the people of Iran is like 50 years there, 30 years something after World War II, where Iran advances incredibly fast. There are growth pains, let's put it on that, but there are definitely some progress. Like they are among some of the most advanced, like definitely in the Middle East, among the most advanced countries. And then they compare it to after the Islamic Republic, and when they compare the repression that the Shah had done to them, like that wasn't general in the same manner. It wasn't totalitarian in the same manner that you like the hijab stuff and like getting into your personal life. It was more like, are you politically resisting, or are you having like those kind of things will be much more matter a whole lot more. But under the Islamic Republic, especially since after the Iraq War, like their power was so consolidated internally that the level of repression that they went, like they only backed off because it became too much, even for several like many of the Shia Muslims, right? They would say like they would be against it because like you're putting a bad name on Islam, right? Like there is so all that, right? Especially when you have like the massacres that was going on earlier this year. The Shah never did something like that. It would be mass beatings and stuff like that, but it wouldn't be having foreign militias, because that's worth noting, right? To many Iranians, it's more like one thing is internally with Pahlavi, but it's like there is really no one else who has the connections and political clout. Yo, Mr. Lambo. Yo,
Hey, Lemon.
okay, I was almost finished. So I'll just wrap up. So
Continue.
there's no one who has like the equivalent. Like if not Pahlavi, then whom, right? If you are the Iranians, if not Pahlavi, then whom? And that's really why Pahlavi, because when you ask for who is the second one, you find none, nothing close. And so that's really where I think it. So like if you ask an Iranian, would you support Pahlavi as an absolute monarch, they would say absolutely no. Then wouldn't bother, right? But if you say like, would you support Pahlavi being in transitional government for 2 years and then either stepping down or staying on for after a referendum or something like that? Basically, would you be open for a constitutional monarchy like Norway? Yeah, okay, something like that. So that's the conditions why he has support. It's either because he's going aimly in for that, and because for many other Iranians, like, look, we're gonna die here. Like, we don't really have another choice, so we'll take the best that we get. Hence, also why you will find quite a lot of support toward, like, very favorable view towards Trump and Netanyahu. Not because they are likable in and of by themselves, but an enemy of my enemy, so to speak. I mean, it goes deeper than that, but I mean, I've rambled on enough, so I think I should just mute myself. Lambo.
Seems a lot more confusing than people really read into, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. It's when you go into it, like you will see, for example, Iranians and Israelis. This is before the Islamic Republic too. They had really good relations, not just on a political level, but like Jews and the people of Iran have for thousands of years. Like from you can find this in biblical times. And you will also that's what you will find, for example, them when the Romans were around, right? The Jews would be working with the Sassanids most of the time against the Romans, precisely because Cyrus had liberated them and had given them autonomy. They had a lot of good positions there. Jews generally been persecuted wherever they were in the world. Some notable exceptions would be like India, and also the Sassanids, the Persians. So of course they were beaten down when they came out of line, and of course there were bouts with emperors that were a little bit cuckoo, so things could happen. But compared to like anyone else, it's understandable why the people of Iran and Israel have just on a historical level, they kind of have a favorable opinion. So when this started really blowing up, one joke that I came across on the the not just the inside Iran thingy and outside the pro-Israel part and camp there, but those who actually started connecting with each other, was a joke that went around basically that the Iranians had liberated the Jews, and that was like 2,500 years ago. So now it's your turn to return the favor. Right? So it's kind of like, it doesn't of course match up. It's 2,500 years, but you can kind of get it. Like that's kind of a relation, like one of those few more positive, like a mutually positive relations that you will find with Israel, and what Israel has with the people of Iran is kind of akin like what they have with the Druze. Like they all stand out compared to everyone else in the region in a way where they are also kind of like, not only did they have connections with each other, but they kind of like it gets reinforced because the many of the others are enemies basically. Like the enemies of the Druze are the enemies of Israel, and also the enemy of for the people of Iran. So yeah.
What's going on, Lambo?
Doing fine. I need to wake up. It's now for me 9 p.m. I need to start to work at 3 a.m.
Oh, that sucks.
Last minute's change. That's but yeah, it's going good. Watching a little bit of World Cup. Looking how the world is going to get more shitty and shitty for the moment. So yeah. But now I'm happy to join one time because you're a good guy, and so I'm just here to support you for a couple of maybe half hour. I don't know how long I'm going to stay.
Yeah, I haven't watched a single second of the World Cup, not one.
It's not your main sport, so it's logic, It makes sense. You're not like the Americans are pretending to be World Cup supporters and you don't know shit about it. So
well,
I prefer to have somebody that just say.
I found out yesterday while watching a live stream, someone just casually mentioned in a live stream, like, "Oh yeah, now Britain and Norway is playing." So I as the game started playing, that's when I found out that they were going to play. And then I found out this morning because my neighbor told me that Norway lost against England.
I have a phone call. I'm going to come back later. Sorry,
yeah,
guys.
Sure.
Oh, so you're not a football fan there, Coping?
No, sports is not something I generally pay attention to. That's really kind of like why I mention it. Like, it's of course I would like the Norwegian team to win and whatever, but I frankly could not care. Like it's just it's like theater and sports. Like generally speaking, I'm kind of like I remember like when I was a kid, I used to like to play the games like soccer. But I didn't like to be in the soccer clubs. I didn't like the herd mentality and that came along with it. So of course that kind of like when it comes to sports generally, like I don't get the same fun of it going to a stadium, for example, as I can clearly tell a lot of people are enjoying themselves, but to me it just sounds like a lot of noise and like you're putting yourself in a like I'm basically just auto reacting. Boo, yeah, boo. Like I'm basically just being a sound box, right? Like that's kind of the
Yeah,
so
I'm the same way. Like the older I get, the less I care about sports and all that nonsense. Like I could care less about, uh, I still casually follow like hockey and UFC and things like that. But if I don't watch it, I'm just as happy because it's all just more circuses for us, right?
you
But
used, I assume you used to pay more attention to hockey, like but that would be because you guys are pretty good at hockey. Like you've pretty much always been like, if not the best, and among the best.
yeah, I mean, Canada is a hockey nation, so it's our favorite sport. It's our national sport, all that jazz. Um, but again, like if my team doesn't win, like I'm a Montreal Canadiens fan, if the Habs don't win, what do I care, right? If Team Canada doesn't win, what do I care? Like it's not going to affect me that much.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's
it,
kind of
it
where
doesn't
I'm at.
affect you more than you let yourself be affected by it, and
Right,
that's kind of
right,
what I
yeah.
noticed. Like people let them like, hey, well, wait, wasn't that what you mentioned? Like you woke up today because you watched a shitty match yesterday or something like that.
Well, that's because I stayed up late to watch the UFC because I do like UFC because it's just combat fighting,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And Connor McDavid was making his big return after 5 years last night, and the match was over in like a minute. And I was like, "You kidding me?" Like,
Wait, so you stayed up all night for a 1 minute match,
well, not
basically.
all night, but yeah, until like midnight or so.
Yeah, much later than you had wanted to. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
yeah. That
yeah,
that aggravates me. That would aggravate me too. Like kind of like, okay, I'm pushing way across my bedtime, and then nothing. No, but I
yeah.
agree.
So
UFC is more like it's something I can just watch like without having paid any
right.
um
You
any
don't
effect.
need to know the fighters. It's just a couple guys going at it, and whoever wins wins, right? So,
Yeah.
and then you can put it away and then not look at it for another year, And that's the good thing about UFC or boxing or stuff like that. But team sports, count me out. But so, what do you think is going on with all this going on in Iran this week with the attacks and the counterattacks and the deadlines and all this stuff?
Well,
It's just more of the same.
I mean, it's I mean it's I kind of if I haven't been paying like really close attention to the response. Like I knew this negotiation thing was going to break apart, and like we were going to have like a strike on a tanker or something like that, and this thing was going to, because it could be rogue elements. So like one thing I heard was I what was it? Yeah, that Trump had kind of made the agreement that was made. He won't know what was it? Yeah, not to strike the tankers, like because the this thing about being on one side of the corridor or the other was not a part of the deal, right? The Americans had just stated like we will escort, and then it kind of like brings more under there because they also simultaneously like they kept off the sanctions as far as I get it. That was the part of the MOU deal. Um, but the part of the sanctions were nonetheless that the revenue from that was tied into um, a U.S. food companies. Yeah, that was what it was. Yeah, for a so it's basically tied up to U.S. but so it was tied up for food to be delivered, which
Right.
actually there were those who were against it for because some people thought that, well, okay, they could still use the food to get the revenues they need to keep themselves afloat and whatever. But nonetheless, I think it might also be just a combination of that, and that there's some corporations back home who took a pretty big hit on their profit margins because of increased fertilizer prices and stuff like that, want to be having a little bit of a moat into their business. And that was probably what was attempted in kind of to find a middle ground, because just giving money straight to the Islamic Republic before like you get into the deal was I mean, understandably that's not something you really do before you have actually like managed to make one side or both sides surrender. like relinquishing violence and going for the political solution. But there is no political solution, right? So I think what the Americans are doing, my impression is that they're just love tapping, basically. They're just slapping around the coast a little bit. There was a little bit earlier, they had some strikes in the north on the rail lines. And those will be more substantive, I think. Because, if the straits are closed, then what keeps the Islamic Republic afloat then is mostly landbound. So it will be a rail across the north to Russia. So those kind of steps are substantive. But that was before Trump came about with like, yeah, no deal. No, we're not going to have anything of that, right? So. And I'm not really sure why. I think that what they're really trying to do is buy themselves time. It's a combination. It's a combination of the we talked about last time, the SPR. So the global market, like the world, those who have strategic petroleum reserves like Japan and several other countries, like it's nothing like the United States, but that has helped to buffer, and there have been ways to reroute and compensate. So we noticed that the markets are not hit as hard as they would be the first time and the second time. Like, so I think what they're trying to do is kind of just give like the global market time to adapt to the point where and they're just fatigued, right? They're fatigued by simply trying to figure out, like, wait for a resolution on the matter, because when there is no political resolution, and neither like one side, Islamic Republic, cannot militarily defeat the Americans, and the Americans, well, maybe let's say even if they could, that is obviously to such a cost that it's not something they would or should really. So at some point, since not neither side is giving, the whole world, like you're already seeing it, countries and corporations are making policy changes that have long-term implications, like that are meant to factor in that the conflict does not resolve itself. So I think that's what Trump is trying to do before he will try to before the Americans will seriously try to shut down the Islamic Republic. Because if they completely strangle the Islamic Republic, like, it will make sense. That's how you kind of choke them out, right? But that's the more desperate they're going to get. Then they're going to just strike more and more and more, and then the political pressure on the American side might be they don't want a Pyrrhic victory. I think that's really where it gets to. So I think they're trying to just see if the Islamic Republic is eventually going to, because the Islamic Republic, like, it is hurt more. The thing with the Islamic Republic is that it has an ability to absorb a tremendous amount of damage. And that is really, like, materially speaking, they don't have a chance. Like, if you were to just look on hard numbers, they could just be choked out in so much time. The rest of the world will take the pain, but the Islamic Republic would fall. But that's not how politics really work, right? The Islamic Republic can flip this if, let's say, the midterms come around, right? The money market goes haywire because of the oil, and the strategic petroleum reserves are crashing. Then the midterms start booting out, right? Then the political resolve of the Americans, because it is much less existential, it is that one can flip, even though, like, seemingly the Islamic Republic is materially speaking, at least, the underdog. So I think that's really
I think that's the plan. I think that's their plan. It's just, we'll hit you if you hit us, and they're just going to wait them out. Because, to your point, I think that the Americans have got a whole lot more political skin in the game because of the factors that you just mentioned. The SPR has been drawn down, the election's coming up, gas prices are insane, so on and so forth. Versus the Iranians, it's just kind of like, okay, well, we can produce what we need. And sure, there's going to be inflation, but that's not anything that we're not unused to over the last 47 years anyway. And furthermore, you've pissed us off to the point where we've got 15 million people out in the street for a funeral. So, and that goes back to our previous discussion about the various factions, right? I think the Iranians are a lot more united en masse than what people think, and certainly what American intelligence thinks. Because I think American intelligence is thinking along the lines of what you were saying about, we've got these couple of factions which are at odds, and they're just going to break up, and they're going to end up fracturing the country. And I don't see that happening, right? I really don't. I think that people are more united against the common enemy than they are any sort of internal stuff. I could be wrong, but
I'm not so sure the Americans are like they might be having that fact thinking about like because they're probably noticing, but the thing is also like the Islamic Republic has also over the decades been like here's where the suits have often been this is why they are often loaded by both the pro regime and the anti regime because they're kind of duplicitous and they are
refresh my memory on the three
so
factions
the suits
again.
will be Galibaf and Pesheshkian and that those
The
kind
suits
of
are the ministers and the political class.
Yeah, like the business and sort of like the business class, like the reformers, like the how do you put it? Like they are like they're pragmatists, the opportunists, if you want to put it like that. And then you have the I mean, it's hard to kind of put it like it's like they don't have military power, but they have a lot of connections economically, and they work as controlled opposition. Like so, Khamenei, the late supreme leader, he had them as a controlled opposition, and one clear case of that would be. You remember that helicopter that crashed with a guy called President Raisi? Yes.
Yep.
So he was a political heavyweight. He had a lot of power inside Iran. He had been like around since like the 80s and whatnot. So while Khamenei was indeed the supreme leader, he was not completely unchecked. Like this is never really the case, even without Raisi, right? But the way the system is laid up was that whomever is elected as a president must have half of his cabinet selected by the supreme leader, right? So that's kind of already like okay, like imagine Trump needing to forcefully have half of his cabinet decided by someone else, right? So this kind of where the helicopter crash reinforces the view of the suits being controlled opposition for Khamenei was that as soon as Pesheshkian got voted into power, he called for not half but the whole cabinet to be selected by the supreme leader, right? And they're supposed to be opposition, right? They generally have been like positioning themselves as opposition to the main authorities or like on behalf of the people and stuff like that. So they they're not really trusted or liked much by but they are the ones who you will find most from the outside being part of the negotiations and those kind of things. That would be these kind of people. So but I'm not so sure the Americans have necessarily because that is the thing. Like they have seen like the Islamic Republic going about with like what they're saying on state media. You have to take with a grain of salt how because they might be playing each other. It might be internal struggles as well. Like this is nothing new really for them. So I think the Americans are more on the number part. I think they're thinking like we choked them up enough for people like salaries are not paid to the RGC, the foreign militias are not paid, so they start leaving. And then when they start leaving, the people of Iran will be like, yeah, fuck this shit, and and if we arm them and support them in addition, then that pressure combined can make the thing. I think that's more the line that they're going. I don't think they're counting on or hoping that the internecine fighting within the Islamic Republic, because that's there you are actually somewhat correct. One of the problems the Americans have is they can kill and kill and kill and kill and kill, or the Israelis rather, because they are the ones who are more in on that one. So they can remove Galibaf, they can remove Wahidi, they can remove Mushtaba, they can remove Jalili, and the next one in line, and the next one in line, and it will just keep on being a new one. And the camps might shift and fluctuate, but they will still they're not going to fracture. They're unlikely to fracture. They might fight them amongst each other. They might actually have something akin to a gunfight, but they're not going to necessarily fracture because it's sort of like the uni-party system of the Democrats and the Republican. Like they're still going to want to keep that one together. So I think the Americans are kind of, yeah, that's why I'm not so sure they are factoring in necessarily the internet. Like, I think the internal fightings are more a. I think it's more like it shows more, explains more why the the Americans cannot leave with a condition, like they cannot really posit a condition for the Islamic Republic that the Islamic Republic can accept, and that's why the Americans, now that they've kind of crossed the Rubicon, they have to actually comprehensively defeat the Islamic Republic. It's sort of like the same with Russia going to Ukraine. Like they cannot just, oh, okay, well, we're just going to stop now, draw the line right here. Even though we haven't denazified Ukraine, we haven't demilitarized Ukraine, and the main objectives, like even if you have gotten a marginal victory, let's say in the case of the Americans, like they pounded and they degraded, and they managed to get concessions, but not the concessions they were looking for, like the nuclear material and all that kind of stuff. And the Islamic Republic cannot give up the nuclear material. So that because therein you have, of the regime supporters, there are many, like especially now after like before there will be those that be like there will be more of those who will say like, no, we should not get the nuke because we can't even use it, even though it's powerful. As soon as we use it, the Americans are just going to turn us into dust, right? But now, like, okay, but we're going to get screwed anyways. And you're having more, and the Paidadi people, they just get the more free reign to say like, on the ideological level, because they have like the end time ideology, right? So they are trying to mix to get this, and they have usually been the ones that have been strongest in support of nuclear weapons specifically, not nuclear energy or anything else. They want nuclear weapons. And so like right now, right? Can the Americans then turn back when the popular sentiment among the regime supporters for nuclear weapons specifically is this strong? Like, can the Americans then leave without taking the nuclear material? I mean, they could, but like, it's a pretty hard spot for the Americans.
It's like you said. Have they really crossed the Rubicon? Because I go back to, this is not existential for the United States. It is existential for Iran. So they're going to fight this to the end if they need to. There's nothing preventing Donald Trump from falsely claiming victory today and saying whatever horseshit he wants and pulling out the troops and bringing them back home. There's nothing preventing him from doing that other than ego and how it would look politically. But I go back to, this is not existential for the United States. So at some point, you've got to balance out ego and America's, position as the, superpower and all this nonsense, which we know isn't true. They're trying to hold on to this facade on the one hand, but on the other hand, the impact of holding on to this facade are very real problems for the American people, right? In terms of inflation, in terms of product shortages, so on and so forth. And keep in mind, the American people, this is the most unpopular war in the history of polling with the Americans. Nobody wants this war. Nobody wanted it in the first place. Nobody understands why they're there. So I think you've got two very different realities in Iran and the US with respect to outlook for this and rationale for it, right? I think
like the calculus is very different. Like the calculus is very different.
I think if the Trump was to pull out today and said, you know what, we bombed the hell out of their nuclear facilities. It's nuclear dust. He can call whatever it is. He can, spin it however he wants. We bombed the hell out of that mountain, and the Iranians, they're never going to be able to get that nuclear material. We're going to keep an eye on them. We sank their navy. We destroyed their air force. All these talking points that he does, right? If he just said that and said, we're coming home, you know what? His approval rating would go right up. You know why? Because the Americans never wanted them there in the first place. And a lot of people in the US are starting to figure out, all of these endless forever wars on behalf of, Israel is not benefiting us one damn. So I'll bet you if he was to pull out, he would actually gain support as opposed to losing. But you give it another couple months of increased gas prices, increased layoffs, increased everything. That's what's going to impact him in the polls, right? Come the November election. Now, that's me looking at it from an outsider's view. I think internally within the Trump administration, they're just looking to get to November, right? So they're probably trying to drag out what they can in order to get to November, because if they can drag it out without causing, nuclear fallout along the way, I think their hope is either A, Iran will eventually capitulate and give up, which we know won't happen, or at the very least, they'll be able to get through the election cycle. And then once the election cycle's over, they can, do what they want with Iran, whether it be drop it like a hot potato and come home, or bomb the hell out of her, whatever. But I suspect, the bigger overarching thing about this too is they don't have the gear, they don't have the weaponry, they just don't anymore. They're out of weapons, man.
I think, of course, understood it. They weren't completely out, but they couldn't, if they were to be sending more to the area, they wouldn't have for anywhere else, basically. So it will be they are effectively out in that sense. But yeah, you basically outlined, the calculus is this is how the Islamic Republic, if it manages to survive, because it has Kurdish separatists. There was also recently, I'm not sure if you came across it, was in Bushehr, was a slew of RGC soldiers that had been gunned down in an attack by the MEK. And the no, it's not 100% confirmed, but I mean they have kind of taken taken responsibility for it. So one must be left to assume that dispensing with everything else must be considered as conspiracy until confirmed. But so these people are the MEK are basically like a mix of Marxists and Islamists. It's communist Islamist, if that make any sense. I mean, it kind of doesn't make any sense, but it's like they have their own. They're like take an extremist commie, an extremist Islamist, and they have a baby. That's the MEK. So they're basically so they're kind of like that. They're kind of they feed off, and their existence, by the way, is mostly as an opposition figure to the Islamic Republic. But nobody really likes them, right? And nobody really wants them on, because what they want for people is arguably in some cases even worse. So so they're that's one thing. But you have Kurdish separatists and the Baluchis. You have the people in Iran have gradually armed, and while it's nothing they have had, like I said, the strikes on checkpoints and a few assassinations of low-level commanders and stuff like that, but siege units and what have you. It's not something that at least not yet seems to be like a clear case of defection from the Artesh and the RGC in particular, where it's like there have been some defections, but they were actually before. So since then, the defections that we've heard about, they've all most of them have been blurred, right? So you don't really know if it's actual defection. It might just be someone in a whatever uniform and stuff like that. So to what extent actually the dissidents are able to organize in a meaningful manner, that's I think remains to be seen. But the I think I think you're right that the thing is that I think when push comes to shove, right, because it is the political resolve of the Americans, not the existential part. And if they leave it on, is in a point where things are still so uncertain, or it seems like now they're crumbling. So let's say the separatists in Kermanshah in that area over there are starting to get such a hold that the RGC are taken away. and the Americans do actually deploy ground troops in a limited fashion near the coast. They don't have to take over the country. They just need to kind of compel the Islamic Republic and the RGC to come out, and then they can start treating them in that manner. And
I don't think they have the troops, though, do they? Like,
Well, they
the
don't.
U.S. military is only, like, in terms of combat forces, it's only like 450,000 troops.
If you're talking about like a wholesale invasion, I mean, I think the Americans still could, because the combined arms overall have such a force amplifier that the numbers may still match it, despite the geography of Iran. But I mean, we're not really. I don't think any like a full scale invasion should be entertained seriously. We are not seeing anything like that. You saw mobilization like that for months during the Desert Storm and Iraq invasions. We haven't seen that. We have seen, I think it was like they call it boxer ships that meant for amphibious landings, and that one was taken quite seriously, because the only times they really show up is if they are actually deployed, but there are not that many of them, right? So it suggests that they might be wanting to have a limit. So can they? The point is, can they take a small position?
Well, my question on the boxer, where would they deploy to?
Yeah.
Because they can't get in the strait, right? So where are they actually going to deploy to?
They could deploy on the eastern side of Iran. So that part of the coast is already, more or less under U.S. control. Like if they wanted to, they could approach there with relative ease. It's a lot less mountainous. So it's a lot more, and it's very barren and open. So it's relatively easy to kind of spot where the defender in this case would be, and that it also makes it easy for like if you want to organize a counterattack against the beachhead, right? So due to the ISR that the Americans have, which is stellar, no one matches it so far. There's no way to really approach in a mustered manner. You see, like in the Ukraine war, like neither the Russians nor the Ukrainians care to muster in any notable degree, and that's not going to be possible for the Islamic Republic either, without it being very noticeable for the Americans. So what the Americans then can do is use the overwhelming air force and missiles and whatever to negate the numerical superiority that the Islamic Republic is going to have. Of course, this goes the other way around. Like the Americans, once they have gone on ground, right? So like if you take a one-on-one, and if they have like all the air support and whatever have you, once U.S. soldier can take 10 or even 20 maybe, but they're still going to be positioned, right? So they're going to be targets as well. Now that they're situated in a locked position, the Islamic Republic can be lobbying a slew of smaller drones and missiles, and treat the Americans in a way that is, again, going back to political resolve. Like militarily speaking, the Americans absolutely can just go on the eastern side and begin the kinetic attrition, and they will probably have if you're looking again harder numbers, the Americans are stronger, and they're going to be probably able to inflict more damage by compelling the Islamic Republic to do what the Russians compelled the Ukrainians to do, namely counterattack, right?
But question though, USS Boxer.
If you take a U.S. soldier, right? 1 U.S. soldier, 10 U.S. soldier, 20 U.S. soldier. So that is really the risk. And like, it's not really like, can you militarily, like if you had a political resolve, but that's a big if coming right up before the midterms. So I think you were right there. I think they're going to try to put it at least put it on a pause until that point, and then see afterwards, is a hot potato or is it a...
How many troops does one of these amphibious units like the Boxer hold? Like you would need hundreds of thousands, would you not? And it seems to me that getting in one or two of these ships onto the East Coast, they'd be target practice for the Iranians on their home soil, right? It'd be a suicide mission, in my view. You would need, and that's why going back to what we talked about with the previous wars in Iraq, 2003 and 1991, I remember those wars. I remember them well. And, the first Gulf War, the U.S. was building up forces en masse in Saudi Arabia for like a year before it. And same thing with 2003. they were moving men and equipment over there and staging it for 6-8 months or something like that before they actually went in. They don't have anywhere to stage anything anymore, right? Where are they going to stage it from, right? Iran can hit anywhere, right? That's different times than it was even 25 years ago. So, and particularly, they're not going to have the support of these Gulf countries because they don't want to get blown up any more than they already have. So, in order to stage and mass that many men and equipment, I just don't know where they'd be able to do it in this day and age. There's no fear anymore, right? Even if you go back to 03 and 1991, they were staging all this up. Saddam knew that they were doing it, but he didn't dare attack him, right? And but the Iranians have no problem attacking, a neighbor country, right? Because they see them as being all, in bed with the Americans, which they are. So I think those days of mass, staging and deployment, I don't think it can happen in the 21st century the way it did previously, because the technology, to your point, is so much different. And they can just launch as many drones as they want at it and just, blow people up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I absolutely know. I think because let's take I'm not really sure. We should maybe check it out, the capacity, the amphibious capacity the Americans have so far. But from my understanding, there were like a few thousand troops that were possible to deploy, like Marines and stuff, and that would be enough to kind of set up a small beachhead, because again, the Islamic Republic is not militarized in a front manner like in the Ukraine war. So I think it will be like getting them out on that mode. Like if you want to have a ground incursion, like, because you will have it. Like there's no way the Islamic Republic can ignore you, no matter how small that deployment is. So but to like how much effect can it have without the mobilization mentioned prior, like the Iraq war and stuff like that? I would say no. That if they are going to do anything with the troops they have there, it will be something to this effect. Maybe to secure some strongholds here and there, and something like do some incursions for to set up insurgency groups and to facilitate for insurgents. But the Americans themselves I don't think are going to go there, because like we're going to have effect, because it is like the eastern part will be relatively easy. They have a relative ease on knocking out any form of coastal defenses that could pose a notable threat to the Boxer ship. They don't have a tremendous amount of military assets except for what they have towards the border of Pakistan, which they are of course gonna, that's an issue of course as well. But along the coastline, it is relatively easy for the Americans to drop off, but they're also not going to have a lot of effect. It's like it's a diversion, basically. That's the best that they can do with having in the east.
Well, not only that, it's also the eastern part. Correct me if I'm wrong. The eastern part of Iran is all desert.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and so even if they were to get to shore with a small number of troops, however many one of these, let's say it's 5,000, I don't know how big, but even 5,000 troops. So you're stuck out in the desert in the middle of nowhere, where the enemy will be able to pick you off because there's nowhere to hide, and you're boiling hot. You've got, supply challenges, all that. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, like it's an easier entry, but there's a lower gain, basically. And so where would the other one, where it's more obvious? Because here's the thing: being able to establish control over the Islamic Republic, that would be. So one thing is dealing with the proxies like Hezbollah and the Houthis. Well, Hezbollah mainly. The Houthis seem to just waited this one out. And then you have the Strait of Hormuz. That's like the leverage that the Islamic Republic have. Like it's like a double-edged sword, because the Hormuz Strait, they're also dependent on it. But if you go by the political resolve calculus, then like if the Americans are actually going to be making it worth it, shall we say, to put in ground troops, and because again, like they can put it in the east, but if the Islamic Republic start killing like dozens of American soldiers by just launching drones and missiles and whatever, like okay, you might be able to absorb those losses, but you also have to be explaining them why did you get those losses, right? You cannot show a clear like instant gratification of sorts, or any gratification really, from going into the east like that, even though it's a low-hanging fruit. You will need to go into something like Bandar al-Abbas or the Karg Island, right? Karg Island is the hardest because here's, where you're most likely to not be able to reach the place before you're struck in one way. Bandar Abbas can, with sustained artillery and airstrikes and so forth, they might get an entry. But the problem with that spot is that it is so mountainous in a manner that it's going to be very difficult. Like, let's put it like that: when you have in Ukraine, it's difficult enough to deal with them drones and missiles when you have fairly open plains and like your systems can monitor fairly well, and your ISR can pick up relatively well. Like, unless you're in the tree line, like you are in the tree lines or in the woods, or we are seeing you basically, right?
Sure. Yeah.
In the area around Bandar al-Abbas, that would not be Bandar Abbas. It would not be. The Islamic Republic will be able to strike at the Americans at much closer range. They will be able to mobilize a greater in that area, and they will be much tougher to dislodge in any capacity. Whereas the Americans, they will be already, like, if they seize the area which they need, that area around, like, they will need to expand. They will need to push against the harder points. The mission creep becomes unavoidable, basically.
Mhm.
So what the Americans can get from the Islamic Republic by getting into the east, well, that is exactly what they will necessarily have to, the apple they will have to eat themselves if they go into Bandar al-Abbas, because they would have to put themselves out of the disadvantageous situation to avoid both casualties on themselves and to retain fire control over that particular area of the straits. And still then, right, even if they were to do that, and like, let's say they managed to take less losses than estimated, it's still going to be you still got to have something to show for it. Well, what if would that be able to stop the Islamic Republic from striking the Arabs? Generally speaking, I mean, the straits might be closed, but you can the political pressure on the Americans is not necessarily off, and you haven't necessarily either stopped the Islamic Republic completely from, because we noticed that, we see that it's just like one strike at one target. It doesn't have to sink a ship or anything. It's just like tap that ship, and then like, oh, boom, the whole thing fall apart. Okay, yeah, well, okay, well, just go by it, right? So, but yeah, can the Americans pull off? I think they can, but damn, that's what I meant about crossing the Rubicon. Like, if they do so after such a show of force, right? That's what I'm thinking. It's they like the same with the Russians, right? After such a show of force, you cannot really accept anything else but comprehensive victory, right? And here they are not close to that at all, right? They might be close to it, but they haven't actually achieved it. So if they go away now, they yield for whatever reason, right? If they go now, Trump can spin it whatever he wants. And sure, maybe some people will be like, yeah, they're not going to be a problem for a while. We'll get back to it. Right now, we have more important things like, this and that in China, which, to be fair, that I think China is actually one of the bigger reasons why the United States is crushing down on the Straits of Hormuz, because who is actually one of the most dependent ones on the oil flow in there? Like, you have the whole world, or like large portions of the world, right? But not so
Sure.
much the United States. It is mostly China. Like, the largest one is by far China, both from the
Sure.
Islamic Republic and from the Arabs, right? So that, and alongside with like copper and aluminum and other resources that Iran has, that is more or less exclusively to China, and given on a sanctioned discount, right? This is this one will put a hard hit on the this is hurting China a lot more than it is actually hurting the United States. It's just that,
Sure.
again, the China does have to deal with this internally more, though, than in a different manner than the Americans. So even though it's like it numerically hurts the China more on their market and their economy, the calculus for their political persistence, it's still favoring them, right? They can hold this off, and they're still making deals going through here anyways. So
They also have a pretty massive oil reserve themselves, right? Biggest one in the world.
And they do have also the Russians,
Yeah.
So that one, like, so it absolutely hurts for them, but I think that's more for Israel. I don't really see that being so much a factor for I think what the Americans saw was that the uprisings that occurred in December and so forth, they kind of saw like this is an opening for them, like a pretext for them to enter in, because they have wanted to go at the Islamic Republic for a while, especially Trump. Trump had made
Sure.
it clear before he entered. Trump won. He made it between the terms, and he made it clear before he went into the office. Like this is one of the things he actually was consistent on. Like this is
Sure.
not he didn't frame it as a war, but he made it crystal clear the Islamic Republic is not are going to be giving up their nuclear project, or at the very least make it under our supervision. And they, so whether that is a war or not, that is clearly he has been willing to entertain that, right? So I would say he's and I'm pretty sure that, like, because why would Israel be important in this regard? Like it isn't. Like it doesn't really factor into why the Americans can move in. It will factor into why the Israelis, but they've already had their thing. They had a 12-day war. They've been pertaining here. They made it clear that they, as far as they're concerned, they're not intending to, like, that's why they are not even a part of the negotiations, right? Any more than Hezbollah. Hezbollah is not a part of the negotiation. Like the Islamic Republic may make it, right? But they are not really a part of the negotiation. So the I don't really see what I mean, I hear it a lot, but just because people are saying it doesn't make it. I don't see where the substance behind the claim is. Let's put it like that. Compared to, for example, having one of the allies of Russia, for example, like this is where you can expect, for example, Lindsey Graham and that crowd to be for the U.S. military being involved in the Islamic Republic, because they are involved in Ukraine, and they know that if Islamic Republic is beaten, that hurts Russia, right? So as well. So I think that's more a factor, because I don't see what do they get from Israel, right? Like where do they like what the Israelis are basically doing? Like I think the Netanyahu recently make clear, like because they have expanded their military budget in order to make way for this decoupling of this aid, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's kind of like aid, really, but that's that part. The Israelis are diverting those interests from the Americans. So if they are doing that, how does Iran, or some Republic comes into play? Like I kind of don't see it does. So, but I don't know. Maybe there's something else.
I think all the Americans, the people in power, the decision makers, the politicians, they're all corrupt. I think that there's no more easy an explanation than that. They're all being paid off by the Israel lobby. They're all corrupted by it. They're all being blackmailed by it, or whatever levers there are, they're all being pulled, right? And it has nothing to do about any sort of strategic benefit for the nation of the United States or its people, because none of the ordinary American doesn't benefit from any of this. In fact, it's hindering and it's hurting them, right? Along with everybody else who has to fill up their car or whatever else, So all these decades of forever wars, whether it be in Iran, Iraq, take your pick, don't benefit anybody but the people at the top. So, and therein lies the problem. The older crowd, all the boomers who get their news from Fox News and crap like that, they're all dying off. And the narrative is no longer being believed by people, because people like me, people like you, like I'm a Gen Xer, I'm assuming you're a millennial. Our generations are a lot more savvy to, quote, doing our own research. Remember, they told us not to do that.
Yeah.
So I think the younger generations, and particularly like if you go down to Gen Z, I mean, they just have completely figured out the game, right? So as the boomer generation all dies out, who's going to believe any of these narratives? Like it's already collapsing for, the whole Israel project is already collapsing. They're a pariah state now, and nobody wants to support them.
But is that how it's spun in the American media, that are they, because as far as I haven't picked up anywhere where they're saying they're going after the Americans, that is, are going after the Islamic Republic because of Israel. And as for the Israel lobby part, like how much power do they really have? Because when you look at the lobbyists, at the 10 biggest lobbyists, that will be the 10 biggest American corporations, typically in the arms industry. And then,
Sure.
so the lobby certainly pertain, but how much effect does the Israel lobby have? And is it the Israel lobby because
They're
just because
very
AIPAC?
powerful.
Well, then that depends on how you view it, though. Because, like, first of all, I'm not so sure Israel lobby is accurate, because my understanding, AIPAC, it has virtually no Israel money specifically in it. It's mostly an American Jewry project. So
Yep.
it's that clique over there, and from there they would have, of course, those of the American Jewry that are in the corporate America and stuff like that. But that's also not surprising in enough by itself. Like, that's just people in the United States anyways, catering to their own interests. Like, AIPAC is not necessarily operating in Israel's interest. They're operating in the interest of the American Jewry, which do, of course, lean towards Israel's policy to a varying degree. But it's not an I think it's worth noting it is far from an unconditional thing. In the same way as you have like the Republicans and Democrats, right? Their influence expands throughout the world. So the Democrats, for example, they have a very good control of Norway. The Republicans, on the other hand, have a much better grip on Israel. And you can see that in the media, like the medias of Norway, for example, will be much more reflective of what you see from left-leaning Democrat-like media in the United States. Whereas in Israel, it will be much more in the same framing and language. It's not the same because but framing and language as the Republicans. And so you would see that, like, when Biden was in power, he basically came and tried to put checks pretty much wherever Israel went. Like, don't move to Rafah. He withheld armaments, not ones that are tied to the aid package or anything like that, but that had just been bought in a nominal trade. And like several, like, don't hit on Beirut. And like, even though there were about even the guy Fuad Shukr, who was the guy who was instrumental in the bombing attack of Beirut in the 80s that killed like 240 U.S. servicemen, right? You would think the Americans would want to avenge that one, but because of the like, Biden was trying to get Netanyahu pushed out. Like, he was like the Democrat Party in there tied so much to the equivalent in Israel that a lot of the things about, for example, the trials and stuff like that, that is largely because of that connection, like that block, that clique having a mutual interest that sort of align over. And so that's where my point goes into, like, where would the Israel lobby falls into this? Well, insofar as it pertains to the US arms industry and tech industry and those kind of things. But the politics of Israel
and the media, heavily the media too, right? And that's my point, though, is everything you just said was correct, but the media landscape, the power base over the collective people has completely changed in the last, say, 10 years, right? 10, 15 years, whatever you want to get to it. People now they don't get their news from Fox. They don't get their news from CNN. They don't get it from the New York Times. People like you and me, we're getting our news from Twitter or, wherever, TikTok or Telegram, or, we're savvy enough, and most young people are savvy enough to use these tools, and they've kind of figured out what the truth is versus what the spin is. So that's done a couple things. Number one, it has accelerated the decline of mainstream media. I mean, that's why you have people in the UK government trying to pass laws whereby it forces X to prioritize BBC articles in its feeds and all that, because they want to get people to buy into the mainstream propaganda, because nobody goes there anymore. Nobody goes there anymore. Unless you're, 70 plus and you've got, 1 foot in the grave, who in the hell is going on, MSNBC? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why they're trying to control social media now. And it's all to protect the kids. No, it's not. It's to control what people see, and it's also to monitor so they can figure out who's watching what, right? That's what all of these social media laws and stuff that are coming in, that's what it's about. They figured out we can no longer enforce our narrative. So therefore, we need to clamp down on the various channels of communication. Now, they'll probably be successful in doing that because, you know, they are the governments of the various Western countries. But as with most things, people are always a step ahead, right? There'll be another thing that replaces this that, you know, they'll have to pass another law for, but that'll take more years. So I think, you know, the ability to freely share information is it's really being challenged right now in a bunch of different governments, including my own. But I think the people, the mass of people, my hope is anyway, that we're all kind of in tune enough to what the real truth is that we'll be able to resist it. Now, maybe everybody's sheep and I'm just like the outlier, and that's probably more of the truth. But yeah, it's not good for anybody what they're trying to do now.
Well, I think we're all in one way or the other sheeps to our own perception of things and what we know. But I think that therein, like you said, like no one's watching media. Like in the same, I think I get the impression this is a global phenomenon, and I think we can actually thank COVID to a large extent for this one.
Yep.
Where people
we sure can.
remember while like the things eventually kind of turned over and things open up and whatever, people haven't forgotten like the impact COVID had on people. Where like if there was any question, any kind of sort of pushback to the narrative, you were hounded and shamed, and you even lost your job. Like it
You
was
were arrested. You were everything. Yep.
Yeah. And then people are vindicated. You know, people have had their lives ruined and stuff like that. They are somewhat vindicated, and people also remember like things are not the same since COVID. There's a like this is something I come across occasionally. Like there are people who are still affected by it. Like I have someone in my family who just since COVID, like it's just been yeah, like it's just been like the modus operandi have been completely altered. Like, and so people are increasingly distrustful of the media. And again, the Ukraine war, then like that's another
the media
blessing.
And the government.
Me and the government, yeah, because they are tied hand in hand. Like, and like in the case of Norway, before COVID, like the Norwegians are kind of, if known for anything when it comes to their government, is trusting of their government, and that trust got a pretty severe hit after COVID. Then comes the Ukraine war, and the media spins in a ridiculous fashion that this is the psyop method basically. And I recognize it immediately, like, and I know that was like not that I don't have to side with the Russians to know that my government is lying to me, right? And the people were kind of conditioned in a way where they would be reacting just like with COVID. They would shame you and hound you and pound you and accuse you for being a Kremlin agent or just going for Putin propaganda and whatever for the slightest. It had nothing to do with the Ukraine war. It's just, what about all that money? Where's the oversight? That little thing alone could be enough to be called a commie Nazi. Then, right? So in the beginning, the Russians are going to fail. They're running out of ammunition, all that kind of stuff. And then a year later, and it's like, oh yeah, the Russians did invade because that's when Stoltenberg, right? He actually just, maybe it was by accident, but he said like, yeah, oh yeah, no, the Russians, like he in the beginning said, no, of course not. That's not why. That's just an excuse why the Russians are invading Ukraine. And then like, yeah, and the Russians did invade because NATO was encroaching upon Ukraine. And it's not the Russians that were running out of ammunition. It was the Ukrainians that were running out of ammunition. And then like all the amount of money going to what we knew was the most corrupt country in Europe, have it with no oversight. And it's just now in Norway too, it's like hitting more and more and more like, where are those billions actually gone to, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just there's a kind of finish like so I've been thinking like it's gonna give like, I'm not sure if I don't see it happening in Norway, but I get the impression in the United States the establishment have most likely started getting their own agents in the social media, not to just regulate from the top, because I think all the fuckery that they did before has made people so suspicious that the pushback and the way people are going to maneuver around it is something that they see like, okay, we might give ourselves some time, but really what we need are our own agents out there. And that's where I'm kind of like, I was thinking like the reality. So we are watching on social media and whatever, Telegram. I would not recommend TikTok. I think that's like a poor choice, but that's just me. But then, anyways, right? They
Don't
would
have it.
right, like they cannot really algorithmically compel people to be watching their streams through these platform, no matter how much they try to tweak it, because people just
Right.
don't want to watch it, right? So they're going to be trying to have people who reflect that view, or try to get to that side among them. And so I think it will be interesting to like, for example, Nick Fuentes, like he's been suspected, like, and also actually Candace Owens. Like they can seem like they're at odds with each other, but there's a lot of very suspicious things with those. Like I'm not really paying much attention to, like I'm not following either of them, but whenever they are brought up, there are always things that are very noticeable about both of them, that kind of that are, for me, that are only casually observing and not attached, that are contradicting. And then when you top it up with people who check like which content creator is botted, like who has a bunch of views because of bots, right? Then you will find Fuentes and Owens being among them. Now that doesn't necessarily mean they're government agents. I mean, there's plenty of people who just buy bot views anyways. But it's still like, yeah, because people don't watch mainstream media, I think a subversive propaganda is like the place to find it. Where you're going to be subjected to it, be it pro-government, by the way, or anti-government, because there's a lot of those people who are like against the government. What they are for in the replacement is not necessarily a society I myself want to live in, right? But that is the place to get news, in my opinion. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I do agree with you about COVID too. I think COVID was the last straw for a lot of people. I think it was building up a long time before COVID with things like Occupy Wall Street, and then the whole woke movement with the trans and men can have babies and all this horse shit that they were trying to force feed down our throats. Like none of it was organic, but if you challenged it at all, you were a homophobe, you were this, you were that, you were the other thing. No, I just understand biology that I learned in junior high. you know what I mean?
Biology, but you're still shamed for acknowledging reality, because it's
Yes.
it's not the right
But
reality.
it was all of this stuff that was hitting us the last 10 years, 10, 15 years. And then COVID was the last straw where people were like, okay, enough of this crap. And all those people that at the beginning of COVID were, oh yeah, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Yeah, got to get the shot, blah, blah, blah. A lot of those people now have turned to the other side and they're like, I get what those people were, what the conspiracy theorists were all telling me 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, I understand now, right? So a lot of those people have come on board the last several years. And I think you're going to continue to see that because it's again, the demographics of it all, right? Younger people just don't trust the government. And why would they? Why would they? What has trusting in their government gotten young people in this day and age, whereby they're all working crappy gig jobs, they can't afford a house, they can't afford anything really, and they're basically just beholden to whatever paymaster that they have. It's a shitty existence. And I think about my own kids, and my kids' generation will be the first well, actually, it'd probably be the Z's or whatever they're called. But my kids are going to be a generation who are worse off and have less opportunity than I had, right? And that's the first time in 100 years that that's happened. That was the whole quote dream, the American dream, the Norwegian dream, whatever you want to call it, is, I want to be able to provide for a better life for my kids than I had for myself. I can't do that anymore, right? I can do it for my kids because I work my ass off, but there's not people of my cohort. I'm probably more the outlier than the norm. And then if you get younger than me, like your age, no, you're all fucked. Like, I don't know if you have kids or not, or if you ever plan on it, but no, guaranteed your kids are going to be worse off than you, because you look at, how everything has gone. It's just a race to the bottom now in the West. And it's been that way for decades. Everything has just gotten progressively shittier as I've been alive.
Yeah, no, but it's true. Like, like noticeably, like the last, I think the last 20 years, roughly, like since the financial crisis of 2008, I get the impression like it's slowly but increasingly, it's just gradually accelerating, where like the cracks are just getting wider and there's more of them popping up, and those that were there already, the gaping wounds that have been there for a long time, they're starting to bring out pus and bleeding. There's some stinky things in the closet, right? Like a lot of and I think that also kind of leads a lot of people to when you get disillusioned, not only because you can take a lot of beating, right? Like you can take the economic beating because pandemic, right? This is, we must stand together. The war, we must stand together, and this and that. But then you turn out like, oh, but throughout all of that, I was lied. So I was not only lied to profoundly, I was shamed. I actually was I was actually pushed out of society and punished, right? And now I'm worse
Okay.
off for nothing.
I was forced to fire my best employee because he wouldn't get the COVID shot. And that was the policy. Unbelievable. Why would you ever trust anybody after that happens? You know what I mean? So I felt like shit doing it, and I told him that, and I said, listen, this is me, because and he knew, but I said, this is the policy. If you're not going to get it, you can't come, you can't go to work, right? And if I had my time back, I wouldn't have gotten the shot myself, and I would have quit along with him. But it is what it is.
How were you guys, like, what was the like, if you can explain, like, in simple terms, like the mechanism behind it? Like, let's say you could you file like an objection to it in any way, or like a leeway, like he won't take the shot, but can he be quarantined, or can he have like work from home situation or something like that? Like, were there no recourse whatsoever?
Well, that's the funny thing is, we were all working from home at the time.
Right.
So yeah, so why would you need the shot if you weren't going into the office? But this was the level of control that they had. They basically said, no, you're mandated to get the shot, and if you don't get the shot, you can't work, even if you're at home. So
Okay, that is fucking, even for COVID, that's extreme. Like, cause I can get it, like in the beginning, there are so many uncertainties. Like even from those on top, like they don't need to be operating from a vantage of malice. They might be like genuinely thinking like, okay, this is serious, and we need to take serious steps. And so you would have, for example, healthcare workers, like when the shot might be rolled out before, like earlier than protocol would typically permit, right? Usually it's like 18 months, I believe, and this one was 6 months. And that's like, I remember, like, I couldn't even point that one out, like, this is just factually correct, right? And I was like, no, that's an anti-vaccine argument, which is like, dude, I even took the shot. Like, I took the shot for different reasons, because I was going to travel, and I was willing to risk it just to make my travel actually
sure.
easier. And in that sense, it actually was. And I didn't take more shots than I absolutely had to. That was the two first shots, and that's it, right?
That was like me. Yeah.
Thank
God.
Yeah, like, I mean, to me, I don't take it like I take a lot of issues with the rolling out of the vaccines, but I also, like, if I were to be like okay, let's say I am in a position of power and there is a pandemic, like the COVID was real, right? And you just don't really understand the extent of it and so forth. And then you, as one of those who are in power, you may be in a powerful position, but how much power do you really have when you are beholden to information provided to you, right? So when epistemologists, like a epidemiologists and stuff like that, their information, the critique that they have to what's going on is not reached, and the ones that are in between you and that information source is telling you, no, these are people trying to kind of fuck things up for us, we have to roll this out now, right? Then if you're just like an average, because many politicians, right, like maybe less so now than before, but many politicians were just people, right, who just entered politics. They might have been changed over time, but their intention may still remain the same, their mindset may still remain the same. And then then you perhaps would have to kind of I'm understanding of why they initiated the policies, even though I had strong disagreements, but they, to the point of then, like especially like the case you mentioned, like because me traveling, that makes sense, that's not a necessity, nor did I have a job where it was necessary in the first place. But so like I didn't have any reason for that, but if I wanted to do the travel, right, then that's fair, because this is early on in the relatively early on in the pandemic. So and if I'm working in the healthcare system, right, then unless it is confirmed, and like that was the thing, like whether you have good, but like just good intentions with no bad actors, or you have bad actors poisoning the well, you as a healthcare worker, right, and as a policymaker, you're in such a position that you might necessarily have to roll this out, especially if the institutional pressure from corporate America is really breathing over your neck as well.
Sure.
So there, I would think that the reasonable, the humane middle way would be that those healthcare workers that would be willing to take the job in order to start the job, they get it, and the rest they are suspended, like they are furloughed, like anyone else. And if not, then you are maybe put in your own treatment category, where you don't for those who do not take the vaccine or something like that, and like you have to take the risk. There's an insurance cost to it, maybe something like that, but they not have to compel in such an archaic manner that they did during like in the case of yours, that was, but that one strikes me like the home office workers were compelled to, like may I ask what kind of business that like this sector that you're involved in?
It was at the time, transportation, construction. Like
So
we were working from home.
right, so because I can understand, like if you were maybe
Like we weren't frontline staff or anything. Like this was all work from home stuff.
yeah, so like if you're driving the truck, it will make sense. For example, if you were out
Sure.
and doing construction in the hospital, for example, again go back to that, then it would make sense.
It all came down to government control, right? And I think that, like you said, I don't think the release of the virus was on purpose or anything. I think it was accidental, but they then used the opportunity to test run a police state. And I think they'll do it. Well, they did do it here again. Was it last year? They, out in Nova Scotia with the forest fires, they banned people walking out in the woods. And they said, nope, because of forest fires, nobody's allowed to walk in the woods anymore. And so one guy challenged it. And
Wait, the reason for that was out of fear that the more people you have out in the woods, the higher the chance of forest fires? Or did they say like, no, because you're going to find yourself burned down?
Oh, who the hell? Hey, Hembo, sorry, I didn't see you there. No, who the hell knows? But, basically there was a bunch of wildfires going on and it happens, I'm sure it happens in Norway too, anywhere where you got a lot of trees, like in Canada, every summer, there's wildfires, right? Lightning strikes, happens every single year. It's just the way it is. It's the circle of life. But for some reason, there were wildfires going on in Nova Scotia. And then the Nova Scotian government came out and said, yeah, effective X date, you're not allowed, people aren't allowed to go for walks outside in the woods. And they put like a public ban on it and all this stuff. So one guy, God love him, he challenged it in court because he got arrested for it. He challenged it and went to Supreme Court, and they struck it down. And they said, yeah, this is a charter violation of his freedom charter rights. But I guess my point is the fact that they would even try this just goes to show how more authoritarian all of our respective Western governments have become in the last 10 to 15 years. And the reason is, I think, they are losing control. We are no longer the economic powerhouse of the world that we once were. Now that they're losing control, they need to figure out how can we maintain our grip and control, if not on world policy, at the very least on our people. And that's where you got COVID. That's where you're getting all these other things. It's just been a progressive chain that people, younger people like us, we all figured out a long time ago that any sort of government narrative, any sort of mainstream media narrative, it's not worth the paper it's written on, So I think that's a good thing, but I wonder now, and I'm worried about how they're going to continue to clamp down on our freedoms, to protect the children or whatever horse shit they come up with, But people are smart; they'll always find a way to get around it.
Well, I think on the optimistic note that you mentioned there, one thing we'll notice is that journalism is kind of getting a comeback because the journalists of mainstream media cannot really be. I mean, you can call them journalists as much as you want, but I think it would be more accurate to say reporters. They're fed a script and then they repeat that one, and that's pretty much it. They don't do any investigation themselves or anything like that.
They're spokespeople. They're spokespersons. Yeah.
And there might be to be fair though, I mean, many of those media institutions do have journalists that do investigations and stuff like that, but it's covered in a lot of the noise, and it's not the main part of the business. It's pretty much purely propaganda, right? So we're seeing then more people who are independently trying to do research. And some people, there's a varying degree of quality here. Humans, whether it is a media institution or not, or an individual, they're going to be wanted to project their view of it or their way of reasoning it. Like even if you do not want to be propagandistic, let's say you just want to be informative, you would still want to lay out why you are seeing and viewing things the way you are, right? So here, as a matter of quality to methodology, that is, I think we're still it's a little bit time to get kind of the emerging properties to get out there. But I think as people get out and are uncovering facts and they're putting them, patching together, and they're having the context and narratives kind of meet in a fault line, then a degree of professionalism is something that I kind of maybe I'm just coping, but that's kind of I'm seeing the seeds of that being part of our future. Is I mean, just think about Wyatt. Wyatt would basically be a journalist. He's a geopolitical war reporting journalist. He acquires information, and he lays out his view, which is, of course, like anyone, color with its own biases, right? But he's not hiding that he's biased, right? When he is biased, for example, he will not hide, for example, that he is when push comes to shove, he's pro-Western. He wants the West to win, but he's not willing to delude himself into oh, the West is perfect, right? And from there on, you can get a lot more respect from Wyatt, regardless of if you agree on his opinion. You can see where he's coming from, and you can see also well, maybe Wyatt is not that good of an example, but I would say people like Wyatt who are operating on a referential manner like he does, is that's kind of a high quality of independent journalism. That's pretty high what you can expect from people like you and me to be on to do, and a degree of professionalism. Yeah, I think that will be filtered out, the noise, the dramas, the pundits, Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, like, I mean, they're funny. I think they're funny. That's really why I kind of like the reaction videos to them, but not funny enough for me to watch. Right? They're not informative.
I tell you, Fuentes, I don't know anything about. Don't know the kid. Candace Owens, the only thing I've watched of hers is the Becoming Brigitte series. You got to watch that because it's awesome.
Oh, is that you're talking
Macron.
about Macron's
But
wife?
Owens is losing it. Owens is losing it. She's
What
becoming.
was that? Macron's wife being a man?
Oh,
Was
but
that it?
Becoming Brigitte was great. I thought it was awesome. After the first episode, I was like, oh yeah, she's totally a dude.
Oh, so you think that Macron's wife is a dude?
No.
I tell you, I didn't. When I first heard this whole Becoming Brigitte, I thought she was full of shit, and I didn't know who Candace Owens was at that point, right? But I checked it out because I hated Macron. And after that first episode, I was like, holy shit, I think she's a dude. And by the end of the series, you're like, totally, she's a dude. So yeah, watch it now.
Yeah, but if you also watch the French documentaries about guys that started all the thing about Macron. So the position she's sitting down with the legs open, all that shit is like, what the fuck is happening here? It's like a woman raised by men, you can say. And the opposite way. If she's not a real man before transitioning, she was born as a woman, she was maybe educated by only men, It's like that attitude she has, very hard.
There's
Like
a lot of questions.
like a girl raised among boys, basically. Like she will act a little
If
bit
you want to
tougher.
play smart, you just prove it by DNA, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it really matters, but I think it's kind of a weird thing popping up. But do you think it's true though? Like, cause I mean,
I have the two theories, or she was raised more manly, too manly, or yeah, it can be.
Listen,
We're not going to be surprised by anything anymore. I had a journalist a few years ago, one of the most famous journalists in Belgium, and suddenly he came on the news. I'm going to transition. I am a woman. I'm like, what the fuck? And they play that game, it was that woke game, that LGBTQ era big thing, and they play that fucking propaganda game with that dude. And suddenly became a woman, transitioning like in 6 months' time, boobies, dick off, all that they like nuts. And it was actually even more bad publicity for the transgender community, what they did with the journalists. And it was also suddenly we had also politicians that became women, same in the United States. All this shit starts in the United States. It's all starts.
Wait, you said Lambo, you said the trans community was also getting vocal because of the thing with it?
Of course, a real transgender, I know few, little bits, but these people just living their life. They are just living their life, and they admit I am still you have two categories in transgenders: the post-op and the post-off. So the one with the dick and the one with no dick. The one with no dick or the more dangerous one of all. They're going to put in their mind they are a girl and they're going to date guys and not saying they are before a man. The one with the dicks, they're still admitting they are still a man. They are still admitting it, and they have no problem to say it. And that is the thing about it. Yeah, here in Europe, actually. So the people that I know.
Well, all I know,
if I get you correctly,
Brigitte, and then we can have a book review on it next week, because once you watch it, you'll be like, oh yeah, you'll never see her the same way again.
Yeah, I saw the French version. So the first documentary is about the guy that started all. I saw these things, and you really start to think like, like just the position, like I said, the positioning, how she's sitting down. She's not crossing her leg. Well, the real woman is always going to cross her leg. No, she's like manly, like to put the air co on your balls and you open your leg as a man. She's sitting like that on the chair. It's not.
Maybe her fanny had just recently gotten a rub and she needed to cool it down. But what you were saying, that kind of about the journalist and the trans being vocal about it. So So basically, what you're saying, if they don't care too much about passing, like they have their dicks on and they recognize that they're still guys, they're kind of like, what do you call them? Those that kind of want to dress, they don't want to transition, but
They
they dress
still
like
call themselves as a female. You know, they're
like a
still going to
drag
say, I
queen
am a
sort of.
woman. But
Yeah.
the thing is, and that is like in the real gay community, it's like that. Gay or gay, they are that, okay, and you're going to see it. They are that, but they're just living their life. But how more you go to the left, how more they're going to start to push it. Suddenly, that rainbow flag wasn't a rainbow flag anymore. Suddenly start to change colors. But that is not something that the gay
military
community
chevrons on it and stuff.
Yes, it's not something that the real gay community decided. They just live their life. They have their rights. In Belgium, they are allowed to marry. They are allowed to adopt children. The woman that fucks woman can have a donor to be pregnant. All that shit, all legally. They're all happy. And suddenly you have these lefties, this far right and far left. No, everything that's far is dangerous. Left also is even more dangerous than the right for the moment. But suddenly they start to say, we need to have our rights. We are a woman now, and we need to be seen as a woman. And in the United States, go that far that you're already calling themselves a transgender. At the moment, they're changing from clothes. And they put a wig on, and they start to put makeup, and don't even shave properly. And they say, I am a woman. That's fucking wrong. You don't do that. And pushing to say I'm a woman. So travestites, cross-dresser don't exist suddenly anymore.
Cross-dresser, yes, that was a cross-dresser.
That word, cross-dresser doesn't exist anymore suddenly. So for that LGBTQ plus A, Y, I don't know, Z community, these cross-dressers suddenly doesn't exist anymore. People suddenly say we have a new gender. We are all gender. And in the beginning with DPA, I was laughing and saying I see myself as a microwave. Because it became so stupid. And that is the real gay community say no. We are gay, we are lesbian, we are maybe bisexual, and now they invented 10 million new words also. So suddenly you are pangender because you fuck everything. Actually, we were already thinking in the past that a bisexual was somebody that was fucking everybody, but they have a new name for it. Demisexual, asexual, dozens of new names that coming together. And in the past, it was only straight, bi, or gay. And even the transgender was seen as gay. No, it's not possible. No. And now also you have non-binary. So you have a guy that has fake boobs, dressed as a woman, and you're not allowed to pronounce that person as a woman because it's non-binary. Like, what the fuck are you business?
And these people are squeezed out. Have you noticed also?
And we wonder why we don't trust our governments anymore, right? Because they
that's
a
big part. And that was a bit like in the United States with Biden. They went all in for them. Fucking big mistake. And now Trump is turning the cards. Big problem. Oh, he's a racist. He's a fascist. No.
Like a bunch of gay.
Actually, you don't hear anything about it anymore. And
because
and you know why? Because the movement was never organic. It was pushed down our throats. Okay, yes. You need to. You're what are we? We are. What's the name that they called heterosexual men? Cisgender.
Fuck you.
You're a cisgender male. And I'm like, what the fuck? I almost
punched on his face to say you're a cisgender. I am not to say I'm a male. No, you're a cis. I punched almost his face.
You're cisgender. And like they forced it all down our throats. So like once Trump did get in and he started reversing all this stuff, everybody was like, okay, at least he's doing that right. Because you're never going to hear about this stuff again. Like look at the Odyssey. And look at all of the, the Christopher Nolan movie, because he cast Elliot Page in the movie as some sort of gladiator warrior type. And here she is 5'1" and weighing 100 pounds. Like she just doesn't look the part because she's a woman dressed up as a man. but other than that, she's still a woman, right? So there's things like that.
Oh,
where
I think I
people-
saw like that one was mentioned as a part of like a cultural critique. They're very scrawny looking, like it's a scrawny looking dude because it's actually a woman.
Yes.
That is supposed to be a fighter. Like, and it looks so terribly off. Like, what were you thinking? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Right. And so, the Odyssey is going to bomb at the box office. Nobody's going to go watch it. It's going to lose money, I'm sure.
Look that what Disney did themselves as damage, and now they are reversing also. They're stopping the woke. The woke was actually a big parasite, and a lot of people feel it, but it create a lot of damage. In the United States, for example, things that is not possible in Europe, kids 6-7 years old transitioning. Fuck you, dudes. That
That's
is
crazy.
That happened in
a
Britain.
kid body destroyed for the rest of his life by maybe a moment, and mostly because of the parents themselves own fault. They say, I prefer to see you as a girl, so I'm going to raise you as a girl. That kid you're never, if you're not, I'm going to say like that, and that's something that Trump also said. From the moment you're not major, you have nothing to decide. For the moment you become a major, so 18, 21 years old, do what you want to your body, it's your problem. Nobody has to look after you. But all the rest beneath that is still the parents' fault if something bad happened with your kid. It's the education of the parents. But now there are kids in the world transitioned, they took hormones, and that shit, that body is destroyed for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
For the rest of their life. I know a girl that had a period to become a boy, so she took hormones. That voice is broken for the rest of her life. Beautiful girl, actually, and she's still lesbian. But that idea to become a boy, and luckily for her, she didn't put off her tits, so she still have her tits. Luckily for her.
I was gonna say because
Of that's actually worse than men transitioning to women or the females transitioning to men. They became suddenly hairy like a gorilla. They suddenly don't have tits anymore. And I heard stories about using the excuse medically to get money from the state to say they have chances to have breast cancer. So abusing these rules is disgusting. These medical persons need to be punished for that. It's fucking disgusting. Because people really need these type of surgeries for really big risk of breast cancer, and that money that you can get back from the states is for these people, not for somebody that has a fantasy or something like that. So
I want to
am
touch on
the
something
type
you
of
said
person
there.
that always says you do with your body what you want. It's your life. It's your body. I have tattoos. It's my problem. It's my body. So if I'm going to regret it, it's my fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what you're laying
But
out there is
don't
kind of
use
like
a system of it to things like that,
Yeah.
and don't put things like that in our throats. Suddenly, schools they put the flag of the country of the walls, and they put a transgender flag of the. It's fucking nuts. You have a teacher that need to be neutral, and suddenly that guy is coming like a crossdresser giving classes and all that shit. It's fucking nuts.
And if you take that back to the journalist that you mentioned, right? So taking back to because everything you outlined there, it kind of it deliberates what Nunya was saying about Vogue being dead, and like the gays, for example, because when you mentioned the thing about the trans being vocal about that journalist, I haven't seen like that's not been a thing that have been a recurring thing I picked up, like of the people who are put in this basket of woke, gay people. I've come across many gay people like, yeah, okay, being gay doesn't mean you have to be half naked twerking out on the streets in front of
Exactly.
children, right? Like
Exactly.
that's like that's just fucking indecent. Like what does this have to do? And they have like like Pride months where they're sending out like commercials for like food that is butt friendly and stuff like that.
Why
Like,
also suddenly that's fucking Pride Month? They have their Pride parade, and maybe I'm going to watch the one in Antwerp first time in my life because I have.
Right, but then it goes further, right? One thing is that like now you have like anyone, like it's really a kind of a personal thing, like a sexual orientation now going to be paraded out. Like one thing, if you want to have a Pride month, that parade, fine, right? But then it's like it has to be like it goes so overboard to the point where we're starting adding the letters, right? Because it starts with the LGBTQ, and you start getting the trans. Now, who are the ones who were most susceptible for these transitions when they were teenagers and kids, right? That would be the gays and the lesbians, like the homosexual, right? So there was a guy, there's some stories in Britain too. And I saw an interview of a guy who had retransitioned back to a man, but you can see the damage had been done, like hormone treatment and stuff like that. And you could hear it like, and what he, he had like other issues on top of it himself, like, family abuse and whatever like that. And then he had a lot of doubt, like, as in his early days, because he was just homosexual. But then the trans craze had the doctor basically push him for a transition, even though, like, there were definitely many other things they could do than to try
It's all
to.
about the money. It's
All
about
these kids are autistic and gay. They're gay autistics, and that's.
They
And
are
I'm
not
not
all
just
gay,
saying this out of
actually.
my ass. No, they're autistic. They're gay. They're
Autistic,
all fucked up
a
in the head.
lot of them.
Well,
And
no,
there's a lot of evidence and there's a lot of research that suggests that there's a very strong correlation with thinking you're trans versus being gay and autistic.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I
you don't
actually,
have gender dysphoria. That's a legit mental illness. But all of these trans people, none of them have ever been diagnosed with gender dysphoria. None of them.
well,
Or very few.
on what you're saying there, I do think, like, on the autistic part, that's like a verifiable neurological divergence of things. So they've also, I recall, a somewhat older study, and they did it with the ladyboys of Thailand, because they were a fairly easy place to do the studies and stuff. And what they found out when they did brain scans in particular was that a very large proportion of the trans men then had an amygdala, the part that controls anger and fear, in the center of the brain. That one was half the size of what it usually is for a man. That is to say, it was more the size of a woman. And it's sort of like that. Like, I am very, like, inclined to believe that, this is not something you put an act on. Like, I cannot act myself to be gay, for example, but if I already have, but I can be hardwired, right? I think gay people and trans people too, for that matter, they can have a hardwiring, and, like, to what extent it goes, that's like, and that is legit. But kind of back to the point where for the propaganda and the everything calls of this woke, because woke, like, remember, it started also with feminists, right? And then feminist women were just chastised and punished for it because they were having objections to guys suddenly coming in under the public restrooms for women, or being in the sports in particular. Like, funny how there were not that many. Like, were there any? Can you guys recall any woman who transitioned to a man entering sports on the men's league? Because I've only heard it the other way around.
No,
First time.
Guys transitioning
No, I
to
haven't.
women, and then they're joining the lady, and of course they sweep the floor as soon as they enter there. It's like and to go to what you said about money from the doctors and people who are opportunistic to, it really goes a long way to show. Like, one thing is hardwiring people who are like that, but then when you look into sports, damn, like, because that seems to be like the ambition for winning, for example. Like it's a really telling thing on the human condition, generally speaking. Like, how far are people willing to go to reach that little pinnacle that has been
Oh, yeah.
framed in their world, right? Be it sports, or be it money, or be it like anything like that. Like, it's Lindsey Graham, like like Nunya was mentioning from the outset.
Hope you're burning still.
Oh, but Mr. Lambo, you've heard about that Lindsey, how did he because wasn't he actually in fairly good health? Maybe Israel killed him.
No, he was the day
Nah,
before in Ukraine.
He just
He
got his
was
ass
yesterday
packed
in
to death.
Ukraine. So if you
Yeah.
look at what the Trump said, he said, I called him yesterday. I just came back from Ukraine. This Zelensky did something. In
No,
his
he
life.
had a heart
Maybe
attack.
there was something in it, something meant for Zelensky, but then it ended up in Graham's drink.
Nah, he just had a heart attack. He went into cardiac arrest.
Yeah,
No,
71
there's
years
no.
old. This year already.
yeah.
You know. We
That's
can't
what
do
happens
conspiracy
when
theories,
you
but
don't when you live in the closet and you don't have a wife to take care of you. That's what happens. You die alone of a massive heart attack because there's no one there to call an ambulance for you. That's how Lindsey Graham died, by being a closeted gay and with a bad heart.
Was he pro? Was he pro woke? By the way, because I got the impression, I can't remember him being
pro.
No. He was a very no. I think he was not. He was not woke. I don't think so.
He may not have had an opinion, but he was like everywhere, and he probably anything he were, he would be having an opinion as a statesman, like he was. So
there's a point I'm willing to make is not because you are. That's what happened right now. Is every gay people is seen as woke people also now.
But
the woke crowd have set back the gay crowd a decade at least, right? If not 2 decades. Because it got to the point where being gay was kind of normalized. But ever since the trans crew got mixed in with the gay crew, everybody is now hating on the gay crew too. And the gays, they'll be the first ones to tell you, we don't agree with these people, right? They're the first. They don't want them in their group anymore.
Good to say, we were fucking happy with our own rainbow flag. It was good enough. It was a pretty flag.
I think I heard about something that the majority of gays in the United States had shifted to the Republican side, or at least they had left the Democrats.
The ambassador of Belgium from the United States is gay. Just to say, it's chosen by Trump. We have a lot of. That's the thing I'm saying. The woke destroyed a lot, not only for straight people, not only for normal people. But for the gay community, it made a lot of damage. They just don't want. That's like the Republican attitude that we see right now. They just don't want to put their time at protesting every day on the streets and say, "Oh, bye eyes" and all that bullshit. No, they're just living their life. And then we see how the lefties, they need to be vocal, they need to be heard and all that shit, and they continue to be bitchy and they are the most aggressive of all. Normal people with normal mindset just continue their life. And and everything that you see from the mid position to the right, these people are just living their life. They're continuing, and everybody that's bitching around and just need to look at comment sections on Facebook, all that shit. All lefties that are shouting and crying and all that shit, and saying it's the end of the world, that we have nothing to say and blah blah blah, and gluing their hands on the ground because they want to see climate change and all that shit. And they're going to kill people because they don't agree with other people. All this, look at the statistics of the most kill attacks that happened. Next to the extremist Muslims, you have the lefties, Antifa, and all that.
But that was on that one, because when the woke thing, I think that's kind of given a death knell to the the left. I'm not sure if that's actually an accurate way to point it, like the Democrats and Labor and those. I mean. But the because it's not just the gays, like you mentioned, going back to the journalists you mentioned, and then you have black people too, right? Like, no,
the journalist is not even
why would we vote?
That's the thing. The journalist is not even gay. The guy was married, has children, and I think for his career they stay together.
Wait, so did this guy turn in himself, the journalist we're talking about? He turned himself just for show?
No. There is one big theory, and that is the past and the 656 and all the history in the past. Being gay was the biggest shame in the life, because you need to be religious, you need to have a wife, to not be, you need to continue to grow up. And I am 40 years old, and when I was, I think, 10, 11 years old, I have a girl in my class that I heard that her parents divorced because he chose to go further with a man, a father of three children. A lot of people in the past were already gay, but just for the family and not to be in the joke of the society, they act straight, go to a sex club or all that shit, go to a gay bar. In the past, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, I think the majority were straight people, sort of straight people. But they went. They had sort of a second job, and they lie to their woman to say, I need to continue work, or going to drink a beer or go to watch football with my friends, but actually they were at gay clubs fucking other men. That has all happened in the past. Now, because everything is open, everybody had the rights, they just go out and suddenly they're going to divorce a woman because they see now it's a moment I can open the closet, go out of it, and fuck off all my family and continue my fucking selfish life. That was how it happened in the past, and now everybody is suddenly open. And to you know how you have kids that are 12 years old that saying they are gay, and in the past it was not like that. I had a guy in my class when I was 12 years old. We knew he was gay, but he never admitted he was gay. He just did that maybe 5-7 years later, saying that he was gay. But we saw it already that the guy was fucking gay as fuck. He looked gay, he acted gay, he was gay. But he always said he wasn't gay. And then he started to become gay, so he went out of the closet and was the fucking biggest gay guy you're going to see in your life. Suddenly. Yeah. Like, I'm free, I'm gay. No.
Okay, so basically, this guy, the journalist, he had a snapback. But what I was really kind of getting to, like because he had been holding up pent up things, and he just like I've actually know people, like you said, that like their parents way later they had a divorce because it turned out one of them was actually gay. They just for the sake of appearance they were. But I was thinking like the because both in the United States and Norway, and I get the impression generally in Europe as well, the woke ideology and like those kind of themes, which have also kind of been tied to the Palestine movements. I guess there is like some difference there, but because that one still seems to have a fairly strong momentum. So leaning on that probably has like some effect. But the thing is that, you know, anything they touch grows bad. Like anything, like they like be the Palestine cause, you know, whatever is valid there, they're going to invalidate it. Like they're going to be doing their damnedest to make sure that it's not going to be good. It's going to be squeezed like any other orange. They're squeezed until there's nothing left, like the woke shit, and then tossed away. And but I'm thinking like in the near political future in the United States, like midterms or Canada and Europe, like because you're seeing a strong right wing turn in most of the political landscape in Europe.
Yeah, and that's not only because of the woke in Europe.
No, it's not because of that. But it's just like what do the woke, like what do the established left, so to speak, have to kind of push back with? Like they're losing ground.
And that's
but they're doing them themselves. And that's the thing that I want to come on. The left, what happened with extremes, they go always too far. So they start good for themselves, and then they push and they push and they push. But if you keep pushing, you're never going to win. You're going to lose it. You're always going to end up by losing because you keep pushing it. And at a certain point, people are going to be sick and tired of it. And that's always happening in everything. Now what's happening right now with the left is they continue pushing. What they all do, climate change, the thing with free Gaza, all that shit, the woke, all that shit. And the people are just sick and tired of it because all these cities starting to have a mayor and a government in the city that start to allow everything. And you see these cities starting to destroy. Remember, we schaffen us from Merkel. That we schaffen us was a phrase that worked at the beginning. We're going to take all these immigrants, these refugees.
Yes, we can.
And
yes,
what
we
happened,
can. It's
what happened at the end is that these
change you can believe in
doesn't change themselves. They're just living their life, and they try to take our culture away and take everything for themselves because they are fucking selfish people.
Here's the problem.
There is a lot of things that are happening. Germany is one of the best examples. The drugs abuse, drugs trafficking, drugs criminality, the immigration problem, streets become all the shops in one street starting all to change the names that you can't read anymore. And the citizens of the cities are sick and tired of it. And the cities starting to be destroyed. Look at France. They're playing a game. And celebration is burning the city down. Belgium had it also a little bit. Holland had it also with Moroccans. The people are sick and tired to see their city being destroyed, and the government doesn't do shit about it.
Was it in Belgium or the UK where the politician had started? No, it was the UK where the politician had started campaigning in Urdu. in order to appeal to the Pakistani Muslim community. In that, I forgot where in Britain, but
Look at
it
New
has been
York.
like heavily concentrated with a
Yeah,
migrant-
but it need to be forbidden, things like that. And people, the normal citizens are getting sick and tired of it, and that's why that the right thing is winning.
Yeah, I agree. And here's my kind of opinion of what we call the left, whether it be the Democrats in the United States. I'm talking about the established parties, right?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about Mamdani, but the established Democrat Party, the Labour Party in Norway, the Liberals in Canada, the Macron's party, whatever the fuck they're called, in France, and so on and so forth. All of this, the established left parties, okay? If you go back 25 years, there was a clear distinction around what voting right versus voting left meant. Like they had very clear and very different ideologies, right? The left, for example, was very anti-war, as an example. And they were for taxing the rich. They were for more social spending, all that stuff.
And they were also against immigration. They were also against immigration because they didn't want wage convergence.
They absolutely were. Now, here you have 25 years later, all of these political parties have merged together into one party in their, and that's why they're called the Uniparty. So if you look at the Democrats and the Republicans on policies that actually matter, they're virtually the same. Okay, foreign policy, economic policy, all virtually the same parties. So how do the Democrats then distinguish themselves from the Republicans? They started defining themselves around all of these social issues, the woke, the blah, blah, blah. Now, after 25 years of basing their party entirely on identity politics and bullshit like that people have rejected, why in the hell would you vote Democrat in the United States when basically they are a low rent version of Republicans anyway? You'd go for the real thing. And that's what happened with the Democrats in America. That's what's happened in Europe with labor and stuff. People have rejected the traditional parties, and the left, they don't have a place anymore because they've defined themselves entirely on social shit and wedge issues that nobody really cares about. Like you can make an election around wedge issues when times are good and everybody's bellies are full, they've got full employment and stuff like that. People are more willing to put up with that crap. But in times now, when you've got economic strife, you've got people losing their jobs, you've got inflation going on, they don't want to hear that bullshit. They're like, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. What are you going to do to bring down grocery prices? What are you going to do to bring down gas prices? What are you going to do to get these fucking immigrants out of the country? That's what people are going to gravitate towards. And that's what happened with Trump. That's why he got elected, And that's why in the UK, for example, they're now on prime minister number 7 in the last 10 years. Why is that? It's because they keep flip-flopping between parties, and eventually I think they're at the point now in the UK where they've given up with the political process, and you're going to start to see revolution and violence in places like the UK and in places like Germany. Yeah, and Germany too. If the AfD gets in and they turn out to be another poser who just follows on, oh man, you're going to see revolution in Germany.
Yeah, because on your point, you mentioned it's social issues, but then you have real issues that are economic and like tied to migration, right? So that is something substantive. In the same way as those with the left, they will go on the social issues, which is also pertaining to, for example, universal health care and those kind of things. But did it actually go in that direction? No, of course nothing. Like you said, because
and that's why you listen to some dimwit like AOC or someone like that. They don't even talk about universal health care anymore. You know why? They don't support it. they can lip service it, but they're never going to implement any of that. Why? Because they're all the same family. They've all got the same donors. So what does a pylon like AOC do? She has to focus on her tits and social issues. But the problem is the social issues aren't working the way they used to, and her tits are getting saggy. So, that's why people are not. I'm serious. Like, I'm joking, but I'm kind of serious too.
No, but,
eventually, the one-trick pony stuff gets old.
Right, because
And,
I was gonna say the one trick pony, because it is gonna be like, or the one party, right? Because it's not going to be just the left. I am fairly certain that due to the more structural parts of the economy, it's not going to be addressed politically in a meaningful manner. The right is also going to be doing exactly the same. Like, you see it already, that they're leaning a lot on, the value projections, basically. And and I think they're like the value projections connected to a real issue like immigration can be quite problematic. And I'll just add this one, because this one I need to kind of look a little bit more into it. But from what I could tell, the Americans are actually lacking like 400,000 workers for their factories, like a variety of sectors. And they have been pushing a lot of, like I mentioned, the reindustrialization scheme that they've been going on. With all the money going there and projects going, they're realizing that they're lacking workers. Now, this would, of course, be a pressure to increase migration, which would be incredibly unpopular for Trump in particular, right? Because that's not the case for that party. So the robotics industry seems to be having a lot more tailwind into it now, because the birth rates are not going to change anytime soon. The migration issue is contentious, to put it mildly, and it's also not sufficient. At least not in the case of the Americas. I guess Europe will be different because it's so rapidly deindustrializing that you're not going to need factory workers. But yeah, like this is going to be what then you can see then what is the problem for the right then, because what they will have to then acknowledge is that things like universal basic income or like stuff like that are kind of leaning very heavily into economically to leftist policies, right? So there's going to be a lot of like contradictions that are but yeah, like it's a fucking mess. But how is that in Canada though? Like, because I saw, was it a few months ago? I think it was before this. I'm not sure, but was this woman in your parliament? I think it was of a winning party, and she started mentioning out the element, like she went to the LGBTQ
Oh yeah,
thing,
I remember that. Yeah.
and it got endless, and I was like, this is a parody. And it's like, no, this is actually not a joke. Like when I've heard people come with it like blah, 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 and that's always a joke, right? It's just like but then actually no, she was dead serious, and every single time she meant the whole fucking syllable train, and I was like, and that's actually official. Like we don't, not even Norway do we have something like that. Like it seems to have gotten, like Nika, he has on his handle Vokland, right? So Canada. Explain, how is wokeism going to affect Canada? Is it going to be hollowed out and collapse completely, or is it its saving grace?
No, it's the same as everywhere. It's the same as in the Europe or the US. I think that we had a government, a liberal government under Trudeau, who came in with they're not left policies. These are globalist policies. These are World Economic Forum policies. Like, if you look at the history of this whole trans thing, it all ties back to the WEF. They figured out, somebody at the WEF said, we need a new wedge issue so people can fight amongst themselves, so they won't realize that we're robbing them blind. I know. Let's tell them that men can have babies. So then we spent 10 years arguing whether or not men could have babies or not. All of that's going by the wayside now because nobody bought into it in the first place. and you were basically threatened and you were fired from your job and all this other stuff if you didn't get on board with it. But that's all gone now. So I don't think Canada is any different than other Western countries that are under the WEF poison. But I do think that Canada went out of their way to implement some of this shit.
Yeah, because
Trudeau
that's the
was
impression I
terrible.
have. Like Canada stands out in a way that the Norway, for example, that like we will not see that in Norway. We have some things that are like eerily similar, but generally speaking, I get the impression that Norway has, it's just on the surface, but not in actual policy, a manner that where you have like so many kids that are, for example, having these gender surgeries, though hormone treatments and stuff like that have still been, of course, an issue. So, but not to cut you off, but it was that's what I kind of meant, like because if I'm not mistaken, is it no? You guys had a turn, right? Your government changed to the opposition party, or no?
Well, the same party. What happened?
No, it was Trudeau that went out, right?
Yeah, Trudeau was so unpopular, he was going to get booted out, and the opposition Conservatives, they had like close to 50% popular support, which I haven't seen in my life. Okay, so the Conservatives were well on their way to winning the election, and then Trump got elected. He started talking about the 51st state and annexing Canada and all this stuff. So then what happened was Trudeau left because he realized he was going to get clobbered. They brought in Mark Carney, and Mark Carney was just right place at the right time. People thought, we don't want to change governments right now because of all this crap going on with Trump. And furthermore, we don't want to bring in the opposition guy, Poilievre, because he's a globalist sock puppet too. So I guess the thought was we brought in Carney. He's an actual serious liberal, as opposed to Trudeau, who was a fucking clown, right? But now Mark Carney's going to save the day. So Carney ended up winning the last election. So it's the same Liberal Party, but just a different leader. Now, Carney, well, he certainly, I'm no fan of Carney, but he's done a better job than Trudeau. I mean, how could you not? So, yeah, that's basically where we're at. But I think next election, they'll get voted out because people will just be sick of that too. Because, people here, like everywhere else, we're all just sick and tired of the parties that we have.
Yeah, that's everywhere.
Unless you're in Germany and you've got the promise of a new party like the AfD that hasn't had a turn at it yet, that's why you're seeing seven different PMs in the UK. They keep flipping parties, hoping that eventually one will get right. Now they've completely given up, and that's why Starmer gets kicked out after 2 years. That's why Liz Truss gets kicked out after a month, because people are just like, no, we don't have any faith in any of these people.
That's why Belgium still doesn't have a government. Is that right? Like you're
you had them very fast, actually. The last elections, Brussels took a lot of time. The government of Brussels. You have a lot of governments in Belgium. You have a federal, and then you have national governments. You have Flanders, Brussels, the little German part, I think, also, and the French government. And then you have the federal government that's completely Belgium. So we have 4 or 5 different stuff in Belgium. Actually, to be correct, 4. So the little German has nothing to say. Brussels took very long. They just had the government right now, I think a few months ago, since the last elections. The thing is, and like we have a party system, you need to have a lot of chairs like other countries to create governments. We are able to not use the Green Party, so the leftists, but we still have the socialists in our government. Fuck. They need to kick out. The problem is, even far right has, far right need to have a big majority to run the government themselves. Federal is never going to happen. It's only going to be national. But the national governments are so sick of tired of the attitude of Brussels. And a lot of things already moved from Brussels federal to Flanders. because you're sick and tired, like the police corps, and I think a lot of already moved to Antwerp. A lot of things moved to Antwerp for the moment, because Brussels is such a big mess. The government in Brussels is such a big mess that they are actually a very big problem to allow Belgium to function very well. That's for the moment a big problem. The French part still very socialist, but they became more central right. Far right, they are nowhere there, because the French part is like very industrial from the past, very socialist from the past. They're never going to really change in that. Flanders is something else. There's always so you have that Flemish nationalism, like the flag behind me. Yesterday was the celebration of it was Flemish Day, so it was National Day of Flanders, like to say. We are very, very well nationalist. We have a lot of people in Belgium that are saying, I am from Flanders and not I am Belgian. I am Flemish. I am not Belgian. A lot of people doesn't like the Belgian flag and prefer to have the country split in two.
Which is why I say I'm Scandinavian, not European.
Federal government where far right never going to have something to say. We're never going to have a federal government with the far right party and the government. Flemish can be, but they need to have the highest majority, because nobody is willing to work with them. And they are for the moment the biggest party. If you're looking at the latest polls. So we have a very complex system. You just can't compare our system to the others. The problem is we still have, even in our federal government, we still have the socialists. But the problem is, and that's why I'm going to get to fit all the other countries, what we're seeing with Trump right now also, all these parties that getting in power far right, you can see it with Meloni in Italy, they need to clean up the shit up from the lefties. And that take a while. They're going to take a few years, a few governments to clean all that shit up that they caused the last decades. Going to be the same with Germany. You can love China as much you want, but what I'm going to say, AFD going to go in power, they're going to say it's own people only, all the import that we don't need, fuck off. If you want to have your car here from China, you're going to pay a lot to get it here. They need to do it because, like, and it's sad to see it for Germany. Companies like Volkswagen Group are dying. They are dying. And the government that they have right now are doing nothing. And it's things that are already happening from decades. You have that pride of Germany, that is a Volkswagen Group, Volkswagen, Audi, Porsche. Yes, if I'm speaking like 10 years ago, every year the employees of Porsche got bonuses of thousands of euros because they made such big profits. They lost everything. They're not getting these bonuses anymore. Now there are risk that they're going to be 110,000 people going on streets. Now they promise they're not going to shut down factories, but they never shut down factories until a few years ago. They started to shut them. It's still in their minds. So the Germans are, like I said, they are suffering the most for the moment, and it's all about the shit in Ukraine, all the shit with the lefties, with the green stuff that's happening to use electrical cars and all that shit. And China that's coming like we have the easy, cheap solution because in China, our employees, they get nothing for money to work, so we can keep producing. They're like 40% and my industry where I'm working as crane operator, I work with a German crane brand, Liebherr, it's called. They also make fridges and things for avionics, but it's fucking big. If you buy a crane in Germany or a Chinese crane, it's 40% of difference. What we did, after 10 years, our cranes getting old, and we send them to India, to Asia, we sell it at second hand with profit margin. So we're still going to take 60% of the total value of that crane. So we're going to sell it with a loss of 40% of the price we bought it after 10 years. Still very big. Now the thing is that the Chinese crane is 40% cheaper, and the companies in India and China and all these poor third world countries, all that shit, they're starting to buy new cranes instead because it's even the same price they're going to pay compared to second-hand German crane. So even to try to sell something second-handedly becomes more difficult because we are not going to use these cranes anymore in Europe because also regulations change. So these cranes getting not good anymore to work in petrochemical industry and all that shit. So we're not going to be able to get rid of our old cranes also. And China is just evolving. They're using old technology of us that are not patented anymore, and they're building a new crane, and they're trying also to put factories in Europe now. And all that shit need to stop because all these big companies like Audi, like Volkswagen, like Liebherr, like all these things from Germany are getting destroyed after a moment. Liebherr not really, but the Volkswagen Group is. So I see ADF coming in power. I'm going to say it right now. AliExpress, all that shit, they're going to be taxed at fact. Now they're already taxed very hard. If I buy under €150 on AliExpress, every package that I buy, I'm going to be taxed for €3 extra. And they do that.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
and they do that. There's already one tactic, and I'm not going to be sad about it. I understand why. It's because we are buying too much directly from China. And it's
I'm
always
sure that'll come to Canada soon.
but it's not healthy anymore for our economy in Europe. So China is too
Well,
much.
look at it this way. They're exporting deflation to Europe. So you're buying cheap goods from China because you can't afford the stuff in Europe, right?
Mhm.
So, man, I love Temu. I love Temu.
I know
going
that
on
also,
Temu.
and that's the problem that I have also with it. I love to go on AliExpress. I love to buy my little cars from Takaratomi that is made in Japan, from Japanese brand actually. But you can't find stuff that you can't find here. That's the thing that why I'm going to buy on AliExpress is because of that. But the thing is, it's destroying our economy so hard that all these governments in the past allowed all these companies also to move to China to produce cheaply and to come back with the products here. And that need to stop. So the socialists and leftist governments in the past allowed everything. They never protected really our own industry. And you see Germany, the first one, is really crumbling down, and that need to stop. It's sad to say that China is maybe better in some products than we are, but we need to be selfish, patriotic about our own country and continent, and agree in that to say, okay, that cheap junk of China, it needs to stop. And it's all the fault of our previous governments. All
But
engineers,
here's the problem, though.
and all that shit, and it destroyed everything.
The problem with the cars, though, it's just not the price. It's also the quality. Like the Chinese quality of the cars are amazing compared to anything that Volkswagen can produce in the EV
It's
space.
depending. I still have
Oh,
problems with
no.
this field, and I sit in
No.
machinery.
The Volkswagen EVs suck. Like
Yeah,
that's
the
why
EVs.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. EVs. China
EV.
doesn't compete with Europe on combustible, but it's the EV market that they're getting decimated by. But that's not China's fault. That's a cultural shift because people have been told, again, through social engineering of our governments, we are moving towards an electrical economy. Everything's going to be EVs.
Need to go fast.
Are going away. Everybody needs to get an EV. Here's a rebate for you to go buy your car. Like they created this market, right?
Yeah.
The
And
fact
I'm
that
saying that's
Chinese
the
are
fault
better
of the
at it.
previous governments. That they created all that shit, and it hurt everybody, and they didn't think about it. Suddenly, Europe decided before 2020.
Well, they thought about it.
2030,
They just didn't care, right?
Yeah, they say we need to have a solution for the pollution. Otherwise, Greta is going to be angry at us. And they say before 2030, we need to have only electric vehicle anymore on the market for sale. Now they stopped that. They stopped that rule already. Brands like Lamborghini say, "Fuck you with your electric vehicle. Don't just going to produce it. Never, ever."
Yeah.
And they are for the moment saving Volkswagen a little bit because Lamborghini is very profitable. It's a very profitable company for the moment. They are sold out in their models. You buy a 600,000 Lamborghini, sold out for 3 years. So if you want to buy one, you need to wait 3 years to have one for €600,000 minimum. So the thing is all these previous governments, they allow that because they put themselves in the big shits and they need to have a fast solution, like to have solar panels. Oh, go buy from China. Fast solution. We bring it from China. They can produce it for us, cars for the same. But they didn't think about it that it's going to destroy our economy because all these companies in Europe or too expensive, not advanced in technology, or they can't advance so fast in technology like they can in China, and it creates a big
Well,
mess.
and not only did they industrialize, they replaced it with, they financialized it, and everything became financial services. So if you look at the UK, which was used to be the heart of industrialization, right? They deindustrialized and they replaced it with financial services in London, right? So if you went to London 20 years ago, you'd be like, oh yeah, London looks like it's got its shit together. But everything outside of London was decaying. Like it was the British Rust Belt up in Manchester or places like that. They've been decaying for decades. The problem now is, though, they're coming after the financial services too. And a country like the UK, which really doesn't produce anything when you think about it, what the fuck do they manufacture there? Nothing. Very small batch, like Rolls Royce or something like that, that really won't move the needle because all of their GDP is tied up into the services industry. And the services industry is the next thing to get hit. So, yeah, all these AI layoffs, they're all going to hit tech. They're all going to hit financial services. And if you're over leveraged in that, like they are in places like London or Frankfurt, you're fucked.
And it's also like with all that being said, like, because I also came across that China is having a few of their corporations and industries going belly up or being suspended because of demand destruction, like the slowdown in the global economy, basically, and all the, and several other factors have like they have already kind of they were already kind of reaching the natural cap that they could and what they had was a heavily leveraged industrial dominance, right? Like they had to leverage quite a bit to get that dominance, and in that process, with all the one thing is mismanagement of the West, but you also have like because one of the reasons they also get deindustrialized is precisely because China offers via their industrial dominance such a cheaper offer, right? Like mentioned with the cranes, like mentioned with the cars, the EVs. Like if you buy the cheapest EVs from China, then they are prone to accidents and stuff like that. But if you take on like bigger names of Chinese EVs, yeah, like they have a dominance on the EV market as well, which politically the Europeans had geared themselves towards. But the problem there is that for a lot of the EV was like for people to purchase it, at least in Norway. Like one of the reasons Norway has, for example, a very high degree of the EV users is because it was subsidized. But for most part, it actually just benefited, like, because most people who could afford something within that price range of an EV, they didn't really need that subsidy anyways.
Exactly.
Right? So,
yeah.
And at the same, and this was an interesting thing. Our prime minister, he was asked the question like, so touched on the thing about the subsidy for the EVs and stuff like that, and we got to do it for the climate and stuff like that. And let's touch a little bit upon the fact that it is really benefiting a relatively small, like there's increasingly more Norwegians that don't have a car. Like I don't have a car for other reasons, but there are people who just simply cannot afford it. And then so he was asked, so how about giving because we're talking about like the VATs and those kind of taxes, and in Norway they are very high. So he was asked then, so what about the VATs and import taxes and miscellaneous taxes on goods that all Norwegians need? Because food prices have been rising exponentially against everything.
That's your problem.
Right? Yeah, because they said no, that would be too much of an impact to the economy that we cannot afford to be doing that. Like, so it's like these kind of things are. But anyways, before I kind of go too much on a tangent, that the Chinese industries are kind of bellying up, right? So like, take for example, so this is in part because of, as far as I've understood it, it's not only because global economy has slowed down, but also because the Americans have made a lot of measures to try to, in their own reindustrialization scheme. The Europeans have been trying to do so, but they haven't. But they are deindustrializing. So here we're talking like hard demand destruction. which is like if you get the AFD on top of it. Now, whether one thinks that's the right thing to do periodically to reinforce, to reindustrialize, and that's another matter altogether. But if that happens, it should be noted that it's probably going to be a substantial impact for Chinese industry. Like you have demand destruction on top of policy that is actually replaced. Because keep in mind, not only like what was it, BYD and like other German companies, like while the majority have gone to the United States, there are those who also went to China, right? So it's going to actually slap like if the AfD comes to the power, it's not going to be existential, of course, for China, but it's going to hurt their economy quite a bit. Because it's worth noting that the industrial dominance that China has, impactful as it is, it's also enabled through quite a lot of subsidies and compelling the corporations to be operating on razor-thin margins. This is why they will belly up a little bit more often than, for example, in the United States, where they are bailed out, because they are consistently bailed up to a point anyways, and then they're smashed. So if things go awry, they just let it. Okay, well then we're just holding it up in mass scale. So that kind of like a ripple effect that they could be interesting to note, like as things go down the drain in Europe, because there might be things slowing it down. Poland, for example, is kind of, all things considered, standing out quite a bit on the European continent. They're doing actually relatively well, all things considered. But for the rest of Europe, if you have a shift with Germany on top of it, then I think that's going to hurt. It's not necessarily going to save Europe or anything like that, but I think it's going to be a big loss for China. But yeah, it's the whole world.
The only difference, though, is with China, from their industries are much more fragmented, and by that and decentralized. And what I mean by that is you don't have these massive players like Volkswagen, who, if they go tits up, you're going to lose 250,000 jobs, right? You go to China, and a lot of these, like, let's say that they're an auto parts manufacturer. There's probably 100 different auto manufacturers in China. You know what I mean? So if a handful of them feel the brunt, the rest of them kind of pick up the slack. We don't have that in the West. We put all of our eggs into a handful of baskets in our respective countries. So, if Airbus goes tits up, France is fucked, as an example, right? Or Volkswagen, like we were talking about in Germany. You've got these big mega companies and not a lot of smaller mom and pop shops, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but they have
I think in the case of China, I think it has, first of all, understood it that because what you're talking about them being a smaller companies, like they have 100 auto manufacturing companies, is first I've understood it, that's more of them compartmentalizing the risk. It's sort of like,
Yes.
if you look at on a media in the United States, like there could be like, or whatever kind of industries, they can be so. I mean, we are seeing, of course, like companies dropping off and they're just getting subsumed. But you are seeing the distinction is kind of there, like with the way they're doing it in China, is that they have like the Shenyang group, which covers like it used to cover like a smart part, like machine tooling and stuff like that, but now it is quite encompassing, and it owns several branches. So it's sort of like it owns a Volkswagen and a BMW, and it's sort of like that big. But when things go belly up, so it's not necessarily the whole group but so that is the concentration of like because they're leveraging with a planned economy to a large extent. It's not just subsidies, it's also because they're acquiring a lot of competitive advantage through
they bought also a lot of European companies. I think Volvo is owned by China, Saab also, Jaguar by India, MG from the UK is Chinese also. We allowed them to buy our car manufacturer companies and other companies.
Well, we didn't. The companies did, right? And this
Yeah, but
is what happens. This is what happens when you rely on your private companies to make decisions on behalf of a nation's citizens. They don't give a shit. It's all profit, and they have a fiduciary duty to make as much money as they possibly can. And if that means branching out to China and setting up a factory there because it brings down your costs, they have to have that duty to the shareholders. Now, the taxpayers in Germany who are relying on those jobs, sorry guys, you got to go learn to do something else because we can't help you. That's basically the society that we've created for ourselves in the last 50 years, right?
Yeah.
It's very much, privatize the gains, socialize the losses.
Yeah, and try to overturn that is basically impossible to do. The only way that need to happen is that China become themselves in a big problem. So let's say they create a war and they lose it. They're going to lose everything because of sanctions and all that shit. And sometimes you're thinking that you are going to try to make a war with China to make them doing a war to give the reason to weaken them up. This is the same what they are doing with Russia, trying to weaken Russia the max as possible because they had a little bit too much of power. But they targeted the wrong one first. Russia never need to be targeted for that. But yeah,
I'm actually
there's a mentality to see them always as an enemy.
I'm actually surprised that there's not a lot more outrage in Europe for what's going on with and maybe it is, and I don't see it where I am, but I figured by now there'd be massive protests, anti-government protests, anti-Ukraine protests, whatever protests, but you don't seem to see it. You see violence, but you don't see organization, right? There's no organization. There's no organized movements against this stuff in any of our countries like there would have been 25 years ago. 25 years ago, that war in Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Like if you guys remember the 2003 war with Iraq, there were all sorts of protests in the US and Canada and Europe, anti-war protests. You don't see any of that now.
Yeah, but they use the propaganda so good because like Americans were always raised by having Russia as a potential enemy because of the Cold War and all that shit. And that's a card they are still playing right now. But a lot of people becomes crazy and sick and tired of the begging of Zelensky and Europe giving all that money. Like Belgium need to do reform of 13 billion euro. And they're giving every 1 billion euro to Ukraine. I'm like, why do we need to have more taxes? And you give just 1 billion that you can save up for something else away. But we like the right, like I said, left is always going to go aggressive and going on the streets and going to destroy everything. And the right are going to cry on Facebook. That's reality. But at a certain point that we are seeing in the UK, at a certain level, it goes so bad that, yes, we are going to come on the streets. Are we going to...
Well, you can see some signs of
that in Ireland.
I was going to say Ireland. So there was I'm not sure if you heard about this one, Nunya, but there was a guy in Belfast, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Northern Ireland, yeah. He was the disabled guy was about to get his head, like it was an attempted beheading.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so there are like some of those, like the one in Ireland, as far as I've got it, is the biggest ones. There were some from the Southport riots but they were less like intimidating, like in the style that was in Ireland, where they went to the houses and knocked on the doors and stuff like that and turned over things. And
but there are still big difference between this type of... Ireland is very, very patriotic. Scotland is fucking patriotic, and you just can see it on all the World Cup wins, the first weeks, how they were partying for their country. Like the Scots, they became suddenly famous over all the world. Everybody loved the Scots, and they were in their kilts, bagpiping, putting cones on monuments, making fun, showing how patriotic they were for their country. They broke the decibel record in the stadium for the loudest chants during a World Cup game ever. That is how these countries are. Other countries like Belgium, like Germany, like France, are not that... Well, France at a certain point, yes, are not that patriotic anymore. But mess and very patriotic countries like Ireland, where they're already proud to be Irish. Same with Wales. You're fucking. Don't say you're from England to a Welsh guy. You're going to beat your ass up. These guys are fucking proud of their country. They are speaking. I do it like I do the same. My Flemish is not the basic Flemish. Is a dialect. I am fucking proud to be from the West Flemish part of Belgium, from the coast side. I am very proud of it, and I'm going to have the flag behind me. I'm still Belgium. I feel Belgium also, but I'm also Flemish Belgium. And
Okay,
we have a
can you
little
help
part
us
of-
understand that part? Because Belgium, it's sort of like, I mean, to me, like it was maybe a country for a while with Wallonia and the Flemish, and like in that part, in and of by itself, like I kind of view Belgium a bit like I view South Africa. It's like an assortment of different nations, but it's just a bit,
thing
let's
is-
say, more straightforward in some sense than South Africa, but still, it's so I kind of wanted to ask you this.
But the thing is,
With that flag, would you prefer like a Flemish Belgium to be unified with in some sort
No.
of union with the Netherlands, or
No.
you don't want to be part of, you want
No, because I
Belgium
don't
instead?
like the tax way that they working in Holland. No,
Oh
but
yeah, they had a tax on the unrealized gains. Heard that one?
What?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Exactly. So if you had up to a certain point, then like if they would tax on, like if you had like your stock was on a, or whatever equities and so forth were on the green, and so on the green, they will start taxing as if you had realized it.
So what happens if the ass falls out of it and it drops right after you file, as an example?
Yeah, that could be interesting. I actually haven't really even considered that part. I just thought it was like, yeah, why would I, as a Dutch person, like of any kind, like I would, even if it doesn't necessarily affect like small retail investors like me, for example, who just have like part of my savings in that and playing around a little bit. If I was Dutch, being just me as I am now, just toying around a little bit with equities once in a while, I would be like, yeah, okay, I'm definitely getting myself a foreign account. Like I'm going to Germany now and getting myself a foreign account or something.
Or you'd invest in something else. You'd invest in gold or silver, like physical. You wouldn't bother with the market.
Well, I mean, that kind of depends, like because the thing with gold and silver is that if you have like a strong liquidity squeeze, who is going to buy that from you, right? If they don't have use for it either, right? It's kind of like a country. Like this is interesting, right? If you think about it, a weakening dollar bolsters gold or silver, right? But because that also increases demand for the dollar, it strengthens the dollar. So in the case of when these say things in Iran and the oil prices gone up, you saw, for example, Turkey selling off massively. There were other countries as well, but Turkey, I think, was the most notable one, selling off a massive amount of gold in order to, and they had been stocking up for a long time, right? And they were now shedding it because they needed the US dollar more in order to buy the petroleum. So it's so when you're like, let's say shit hits the fan, you have a bunch of gold and silver. How is that going to help you more than some dollars? Right? Are people going to start taking payment in gold, for example? And how are you going to use that? Because keep in mind, when gold was used as a currency, one of the things that was loved about it was that it was malleable, divisible, and it did not corrode. But now, how are you going to are you going to pay your groceries with like a 0.0002 gram because it costs like $5,000 for a gram or something like that, right?
No.
So
but just to stay on topic, because we are going to currencies instead of patriotism, and I'm going to leave very soon because I'm not going to sleep at all. But you need to take considering, and we saw it with France at a poor moment. They were destroying all these immigrants, busy destroying the cities, and then the hooligans of the football clubs like Marseille started to go on the streets chanting behind these guys like, where are we going to destroy you? It's something that can end like that by us. But in countries like Scotland, Ireland, Wales, these English part of countries, like that beheading attempt. You have all these guys, patriotics, and there's also a lot of them are hooligans also. You see how it can explode very hard. And that was also
Well,
the
and
end of
it's going to get
power.
worse too, because as
It's going to
people,
go worse. That's just a warning. We saw some warnings like that in France. We saw a very big one in Ireland. And you need to know that I say Germany is in big problems, but I think UK is in fucking big problems. If you're speaking about
I think so,
immigration
too.
problems, but immigration problems causes also a lot of drugs problems. There was also a very funny thing that happened. I don't know which country it was anymore. They banned, it was UK, I think. They banned cigarettes for sale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But they do nothing against drugs. They're like, what the fuck are you busy with? And if you see the drugs abuse, and if I go to Gare du Nord in Brussels, I think it's going to take me 30 seconds to have drugs, hard drugs, cocaine, things like that. Go to Hamburg in Germany, I go in the right street, directly have drugs. It's fucking nuts, and the police and the government doesn't do nothing about it. Hamburg is fucking crazy. I saw documentaries about it. You have a big place that allowed you to take drugs. You have like 500, 600, 700 people taking drugs, and they allow that. It's fucking nuts. And how many percentage of these people are illegals without papers, taking drugs, trafficking drugs? Is the biggest majority. Are we not speaking about 55%? We are going to the 80, 90% of the people that are taking drugs in the cities are illegal people, foreigners, immigrants, Muslims, things like that. Taking drugs, drugs addicts, selling drugs.
Yeah,
All that shit.
on that, what you're saying on drugs, it's not just that it is more of it. It is a different type of a beast. So, I mean, one thing I mentioned perhaps before, like the drug prices in Norway have halved, like especially in northern Norway, because the gangs that are in Sweden, which are international gangs, are basically squeezing out the indigenous ones. But it's also like you were mentioning, this place you saw, like, this 500 people who are in a play, and the drug trades are open and whatever. It reminded me of a place we used to have in front of the Norwegian Parliament that we used to call Plata. It's like the plate. It's just a place where, like, the heavy drug addicts were permitted to be, and like sometimes they would do drugs, but they would try to be a bit discreet. But they were generally out in the open. They were sometimes a little bit nutty and having their cases that they were wanted to bring forth and whatever. But even during the time when the drugs were heavily criminalized, that place would kind of still be like a place you would have it. And interestingly enough, that place was broken up. And what I should mention, like, because you mentioned, like, if you go to those places at certain times of the night, especially, that can be quite dangerous. Like, if you went in front of Plata, for example, like any time of the day, it's right in front of Parliament. It's not it's like a relatively safe place to be, all things considered. And the drug addicts wouldn't cause too much problems, because while they were permitted to be there, they did know that if they knew which lines that would, if they crossed it, they would be taken. Law enforcement.
I think so.
The law enforcement was actually there. But then
Yeah.
Here comes the thing. So I mentioned you that, like, the thing about the drug prices dropping, as you can imagine, things have gotten similar. Like, you in some cases, like you're mentioning with the place in Belgium, or Hamburg, I mean, but Plata, you see, well, the place where the drug addicts were permitted in front of the Parliament, I think it was over 10 or 15 years ago. And this was when the migration was starting to kick in and drugs were starting to kick off. It was eventually prohibited. And this was also at the some resistance from the police, because the police said, and they turned out to be right. The police said, while there are some issues from Plata there, we have them at least at one place, and generally they have a culture of kind of towing the line there, so to speak. If we prohibit them from being there and expressing, we're going to have the drug trade spread over, and we're going to have to be keeping an eye on several places, and things can get out of hand, especially like younger people, for example, getting involved in drugs because they approach drug addicts in Plata. They could be intervened, right? Now that would be a lot more difficult. And yes, that turned out to be the case. So you got you got the only oversight that you had in a very even during criminalized times of drugs
Yeah, but
criminalization,
it's too
and
easy.
then it gets coupled with more drugs, and less law enforcement. So law
Yeah,
enforcement is also cut down. So it's
yeah.
just like,
But I understand the solution they're looking for. That is actually also things that they're doing in Germany. So they allow people to take in a certain region drugs, but you don't fix the problem. If you are in good government and you see a drugs addict on the street, you arrest that person and you put them in an AFKIC detention center. They need to stop taking drugs, and they're using like in Germany more and more that very dangerous drugs that they were using, fentanyl, all that shit that you see in that zombie drugs that you see in the United States is already in Germany. The thing is that governments doesn't do shit in the correct way. Just let it happening.
right, they have a gathering place
Find
with
an
no
easy
oversight.
solution to just center that on a place where we can put cameras and a little bit law enforcement to check everybody that they are still alive and they're not going to die directly. But they don't do nothing at the problem itself. If you're looking at Brussels, I'm going to say the district, we have three big train stations in Brussels. You have North, Central, and South. North and South, you have also the red light districts of Brussels. North is and there, and I mean it. In the red light districts, there's all Muslims that you see walking. It's fucking nuts. Because the white rich people, they are afraid anymore to come there. So the big clientele of the red light districts, they don't come anymore because they are afraid to go there. The criminality is fucking big. So North is the biggest one, is the biggest problem. So what's happening also, that the red light district is busy vanishing, is going away. So their economics, these women are doing that as a job, and you can do it officially in Belgium. We are the first country to do that. They're all going away. So you have
That's
also
the protest I want to see. All the whores.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
the problem that you create, because that was a control point. These women were in a safe place to practice their job, and
Sure,
now
sure.
you're going to create more illegal prostitution. That is not good at all. The thing is also that the criminality is very big there. So you have a lot of drugs trafficking. You have also a lot of gang shooting
Human
at each other,
trafficking.
and nothing happening. They're doing shit. Now what they are doing, finally, the army is working with the cops together in the streets to try to avoid to have less criminality. But you still have the big gangs. But these are problems that are busy for years and years, not so long, because all the left parties, or socialist parties, that just let it happening.
Did you say that the army had started accompanying
Yeah, so we have a few drugs gangs in Brussels. Are they shooting at each other? It's not good. Actually, it's good because they're killing each other. But it's very unsafe for the population. So we have, at a certain point, we have army that is walking together with the police. It's not big. They don't have a lot of rights like the police has, but they are there to show a safer way of thing. You need to know that even the mayor of the cities was not agree with that decision that our government did. You need to fuck you. You have a fucking big problem. We try to solve it, and you don't even, as a mayor of your own city, wanted to find a good solution. But they are busy doing that, and for the moment, it's less on the news that we see messages by gangs shooting each other and kill each other. So I think it has a positive effect. But the problem is big, and that immigration problem is big. A lot of homeless people are also illegals, most of them. But illegals,
Really?
yes.
Here they get welfare.
yeah, but they are getting also welfare, but not if you're going to start to take drugs and all that shit. So you're going to end up in the street like everybody that's taking drugs and hard drugs. And a certain
you
point.
probably have the same in the world. This is something that I guess is more common now among several groups with beggars, like you're mentioning, beggars on welfare. So the Roma people in particular, they were quite well known for.
That is organized beggars, like in Italy that you see a lot, like the pickpockets and like in Paris, they're pretending to be blind or deaf.
Yeah, and these fall
organized
under organized.
criminality. These
So
are
these
just
are Romani crime
same,
units,
yeah,
basically.
same thing. Nothing happening. We know these people. We know where they are living, and they're still continuing to steal money and pickpocketing, and doing all that bullshit. In cities like Rome and all that shit, and the government is still doing shit.
You know what? A slew of critics in Norway had to come, like when there were several who when it started getting a little bit out of hand, the thing with the beggars on the street, the Roma people, and we had to acknowledge that we have pretty cold winters, and a lot of these people are even if they were to get welfare, that doesn't mean that they get housing, right? Or that they are getting rent or anything like that, then there were people who wanted to just ban homelessness, like as if that would be helping the homeless, the Norwegian homeless people who didn't really bother all that much anyways, right? They were not really a problem in the first place. And we have laws for foreigners. So-called tourists are not permitted to work. You don't have a work permit in Norway. You are not allowed to acquire funds, right? If that was to be the case. And if you also are on welfare, technically speaking, you are not really permitted. So like we have laws already that were not enforced. But what would they then instead want to suggest? No, that we criminalize that things are going bad for you. Basically, we want you out of sight, just like with Plata. Like they didn't. It's not that one thing was that the problem with the drugs, but they also just wanted it out of sight, and it spread, right? And then suddenly when you mentioned this thing about the military accompanying the police, right? That's the thing that struck me in the mind. Like, yeah, you could solve this thing about the drugs and the gangs in many other ways. You could actually militarize the police first and foremost. And then you could also alter the policies that enable these gangs. Like they have manpower connections and they have open borders and stuff like that, which maybe you need to actually take some. You took sweeping measures when you included all these people from God knows where, right, and who knows who, and you will actually have to take some sweeping measures to get them out. Now, what sweeping measures? Now that's the hard pill to swallow.
Well, you'll never get any measures through the EU because it's the EU, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody has to be the same, and
also known as the Soviet
human
Union.
rights. Yes, human rights and values
We
and all that
that.
shit.
It all started with that. Since Merkel started to say this, we always had immigration. We had a different type of immigration. Like for the moment in my coastal city, you have a lot of problems with North French people doing their thing here, pissing on cars, pissing on facades because they want to go to the beach. They're going to go topless. The guy's going to go topless to the beach and the center of the city. You see them walking with their boombox, little Bluetooth stereo systems. They are doing their surf, smoking weed on the beach, making loud music, being dirty. So they are 10 feet away of a trash bin, and they don't even put their trash in it. So, and they park their car where they want to, French style. And we are sick and tired of it. You know, the town where I live is one of the richest towns of Belgium. So you can compare it a little bit with Monaco. If you want to see Lamborghini, just go on the streets. You're going to find one. No, not easy. Not difficult to find one. We have Bentley Knokke, so the dealership of Bentley last year was the second biggest seller in Bentleys in the whole Europe. We have more Porsches than Porsche City in Germany and Dortmund, Stuttgart. Sorry, we have one of the biggest. We have in every corner of the street. We have a Porsche. It's so big. So we have these people that want to have their rest also, a lot of second residentials. And we see all these. We build a new highway between Bruges and Knokke. It's a very direct highway. Before we didn't have a big highway. And I think these French guys, they are Googling beach and they are sending them to our city. And they're coming here, park their car where they want to, put a lot of bullshit, starting to pray next to their car before going back to home. And there's a very big problem. It's a very big problem. And they don't buy anything. They just come with their frigo box. They don't buy anything. And we have also the guys from Brussels coming with the train to us. All these Moroccans, Algerians, African people, and they are not educated. So they are putting a lot of problems in our coastal city. I'm not going to bitching about it, but the problem is there. And it's staggering. But you need to know the guys from the north of France, they come from Lille, no shadowy city. They're coming from the suburbs of it. So these are not light guys. So if you have an older couple saying to the guy, like, please put your T-shirt on, he's going to be beaten up by that gang of guys walking. And they're going there in their burkini on the street, on the beach, and they're going to shout to women that are taking sunbathing topless. Oh, no, you're not allowed to do that because our culture. No, you're fucking in Belgium. You know what I mean? Still in Belgium. But no, we need to do their rules. That's a very big problem. So in my city, far right is also busy climbing because of that, and our mayor is not really doing something about it. Also,
well, they're going to be put on a short leash, you know.
Yeah, but we are putting social media very hard. So
I've said this before, and I think I've been proven right. All these governments in the West, all these Western governments, they're going to be put on very short leashes very soon because, and I'll use the AfD as an example because they're a new party. The German population is sick of the CDU and the Social Democrats, all these guys, sick of them. The AfD, if they come in, and like I said earlier, if they don't follow through on what their election promises are, and if they turn out to be another Green Party, then I think you're just going to see a revolution, the start of a revolution in Germany. Right.
Well, I can give an example how that can happen.
I think it's 5 before 12 in a lot of situations.
1930s.
Well, but
no,
I mean,
we're going to see ice. Let's say we need to see ice. I am a fan of ice. You know, we need to see ice in Europe.
I think that is probable. I think that's probable regardless, but I think that can happen simultaneously to Germans not getting industrial jobs, even if, let's say, presuppose that AfD comes to power and they're able to do enough changes to actually have like move the needle in the other direction. Well, even still, though, Germany is starting to, Europe generally speaking, have been struggling to kind of hold the pace when it comes to the tech development. And one thing is AI and whatever, but robotics is starting to become like both the Americans and the Chinese, for example. They are able to produce the Chinese in particular are able to produce robots that are like humanoid robots that are like what was it, like I think the cheapest one was like $16,000, which is like something that not anyone is going to buy necessarily. I mean, the utility of that robot is quite limited. Probably you're not going to have him be at the cashier, stuff like that. But you really see that, like, there's no doubt, like, you see where this is going, but you do not see this so much in Europe. So now, if you have the AfD coming to power and they actually successfully make the policies that make Germany go for industrialization, well, why did they start going over to China, for example, and all those other things? Because that's where you get the profits. So if you now, from a policy point of view, you're a German company, and you have tariffs and all those kind of things that put you and strangle you into to industrialize in Germany. Now you're going to still need the best methods, and you're also going to need to have the best profit margins in order to kind of turn a ship around. And the price of robots, as opposed to workers for menial tasks, will, especially with the wages that you have in Europe, like, so that's the thing that they're going to be hitting. Like this one is going to hit everyone, of course, but the in particular, the country like Germany is going to be, and Norway is also going to be susceptible. But anyway, staying to Germany, like I kind of like, I sometimes view Europe as being colonized in a sense. Hold on, I'm finished. Hold on. Let me finish because I'm almost done.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that the AfD, it may still be compelled to, like, they can have their industries in Europe, but they will maybe yielding to getting robotics companies or buying robotics from other countries like China or the United States. Either of which are roping in the Germans and in Germany in one way or the other. Like, Germany is not holding itself, kind of. So it's like the colonization of Europe, so to speak, is kind of that's kind of how I view it.
Yeah. So you need to see Germany a little bit as a little Soviet in terms, because They had the half of Soviet in the past. I mean by that, little Soviet, I mean like Soviet Union, globally themselves, they can provide everything for themselves. So they don't need to be, they can produce, live by themselves alone. You know what I mean? So completely by
Yeah, it's
themselves.
called autarky.
Like Russia right now, you can sanction Russia completely, and they still can produce everything for themselves if they want to.
Yeah.
So they're not going to grow and technology, but they're still going to be able to survive by themselves. If IDF, I was going to do that. If I am ADF, then I'm going to say all these green parties, you can just fuck everything in your ass. If you're green, you don't like in Germany, just go away. What I'm going to do, I'm going to produce everything I can in my country, and I produce it for myself first. Always cheaper because you don't need to do imports. Like for energy, Germany has the biggest brown coal mines in the world. They can survive for electricity alone themselves completely by brown coal. Of course, the green people not going to be happy because there's going to be a lot of pollution. Brown coal produces also gas. They have a lot of gas pits. They can produce their own steel. That's what I'm saying about steel. You have the Krupp steel is the best steel in the world. Best quality steel in the world. The Germans have it. They did that in the past.
Well, I mean, different
by themselves also.
in the World War One, they made wasn't it Krupp that made like this massive, like this ridiculous massive artillery? Well, like during World War One, the railroad artillery. There was the Krupp.
Everything. They did everything. The Krupp steel. Krupp was also manufactured. No, the only existing for the elevators and the elevators where you can stand on it and supermarkets.
Escalators.
Escalators. But Krupp in the past was humongous for illustration and steel. They're still making the steel themselves. So the foundries are normally Krupp steel. We're calling that Krupp steel. Germany is one of the only countries in Europe capable of surviving by themselves completely alone. They did it in the past. They can still do it right now. If they really want it, they can say we're going to open the brown coal mines, or the old ones that we closed, you can reopen them. We can do the one that's still active in the Colonia area. You have the biggest mines there. You can see them from space. They can pull them on full power. They have the biggest excavator machinery in the world, the baggers. They can do that, but you need to be able to have your own power by government to do that completely. But now what happened to the past, like for these brown coal mines, the Green Party say, oh, you pollute too much. You know, in the 80s, still in the 80s, beginning of the 90s, if you went to Colonia, so that was the Ruhrgebiet, was the industrial zone of Germany. It was one big polluting cloud until beginning of the 90s. You couldn't see the horizon very well because it was all industry. It was all industry that you saw. All pollution from the factories. And now you have a beautiful horizon. You can see
with windmills.
With windmills, yeah. And that's the funny part about these brown coal mines. These mines are moving, so they need to destroy villages, move villages, destroy highways because that mine is moving. And every part that they're closing, they put windmills. The refilling is for the farmers. We're going to put windmills or solar panels also on it. So they're reusing that ground always. But as a moving mine, it's fucking crazy. It's huge. It's crazy. I went there a few times to see it because I'm a nerd in technology, machinery. It's fucking huge to see. But they are allowed to do that in Germany. They can really provide themselves. And I say, it's Germany can save themselves.
Well, I mean, you're sticking what you're saying there. When you're saying they're self-reliant, like we're not necessarily talking about food and all that kind of stuff, but if we're sticking to like power and industry,
everything,
like
they can do everything themselves.
So like,
Everything.
but on the because that
Just look all the German brands that you have in your car right now. Hey,
Right,
you don't have a car, but imagine
no,
you have a car. Just look
I'm
all the
aware of
things
it.
that are Germany, Bosch. Every car brand has Bosch in his car. Not
Right,
Subaru.
but what I'm thinking about like is like on specifically on the brown coal, and you know we all know about the nuclear plants that were to put
I
down
mean,
and
they
everything
stopped
like that.
that in Germany. They can still restart that. It's not a problem.
Yeah,
You need to
so that
rebuild
was,
them.
I was thinking like in the event that they have a sharp shift in their energy policies, like brown coal, do they have like many power plants that they can actually restart? Because one thing is expanding mining, but another thing is
So
like
if
do
you
you
have
need.
Colonia, you have the Hambach mine, you have the Gasweiler mine, you have
No, but
Villanova.
one thing is the mine, but if the power
Yeah,
plants.
wait. There's always transport belts. And I think from the furthest away, I think is Gasweiler. They have a belt that's going 30 kilometers to the electric power plant. Yes, they have, and they like you said, they stopped also nuclear power. They can still restart it, but the
Right, but
Greens don't
what do you
want to.
think is
We
what
are
do you think?
rebuying our power plants to renew them because
Mm.
because of the Green parties, we decided to shut them down, not evolve them. But we are here in Belgium already busy to look to save our power plants and build new ones maybe or restore the old ones because we
Well,
know it's all big shit because all
but
this
on that, hold on, one moment. So because uh, I'm thinking like in the event that they manage to break through the green policy stuff in a manner where they can restart the nuclear power plants and so the brown coal, because this is what I'm wondering, have they reduced it? Because far as I recall, they actually increased power production from brown coal in the advent of the Ukraine war. Actually, after having closed the nuclear power plants, they increased the use of brown coal.
but you
So
know
to
the
what?
gas line
Wait. Like, what capacity can they increase of energy production from brown coal compared to? Because if they don't, they have like the capacity already established that they maybe can max out, and then they have to build a new, and that takes some years. Then you have
no
nuclear power plants that can need some time to get restarted, but I imagine that if they already have it, that would be an easier thing for them to do than, let's say, build new coal power plants. But I'm not sure where the balance, where the
they
capacity of
and
a coal.
what I am thinking, they never even closed their power plants, so they maybe just lowered the production so they still can boost it up. Don't forget, all these turbines are made in Germany. They made them themselves. We are buying our turbines from Germany. So, you know, it's they shut down some power plants, but restarting or rebuild them, I think German engineer is very fast and it's not so complicated. And you still can transport your brown coal to another power station. And like Germany is one of the countries in Europe with the most windmills in the world. Germany has at least 30,000 windmills on German territory, and they are continually destroying the old ones to build new powerful ones, more powerful ones. So they are in energy. They just can ramp up. They just can restart production. They have a few coal mines, and the most that closed are the one in the region between Nuremberg and Berlin. You have a few of one, and these ones are not active anymore, but you still can restart them. But then the Colonia area, so close to my border, where you have actually the highest industrialization of the Ruhrgebiet, industrialization area of Germany, they are still active. There you have the biggest burgers also busy digging out and all that shit. I know they still had a contract until 2040 or 2050 for these power plants. So they still, it's just a matter of restarting and rebuilding and power up or restoring.
Well, in other case, to your point, like that means that the Germans they will at some point, something has to give. They either have to start accepting Russian gas and oil, or they have to change their climate policy so that they can ramp up their coal production, restart their nuclear plants, and whatever have you. So, like, I see what you're saying there, because yeah, absolutely. Like,
It's
I can see that the Germans can, like, physically they can. It's sort of like what we and Nunia talked about with the Iran and United States. Like if you're looking physically on the material stuff, then the upper hand is very clearly on the United States. But if you're looking from the political dimension, then the picture starts looking rather different. And the same would be here in Germany. Like, you know, they would at some point, for all the posturing that they're doing, be it with Ukraine or be it for the climate, like these things are going to be irreconcilable on the material level. And the Germans can actually turn this around that way. So yeah, something will have to give. And I guess like this kind of goes back to like, is the AfD, if they get into power, I guess it's like, because they seem to be getting shut down in rather,
Or
shall we
killed.
say, undemocratic ways, shall we put it like that. So when some biggest parties in Germany get labeled like a far extreme right, it's like, but look, the definition of an extreme is not the majority. Like it's not the norm kind of. It's like, so if the most people, the majority are extremists, maybe the government is the extremist, right? Maybe that's the thing.
Yes, sir. I think you hit the nail on the head there. Anyway, guys, we've been going for over 4 hours. I think it's a good
Yeah,
time
I'm going
to
to sleep
probably
at
wrap
4.
up.
I'm going to try to sleep
Enjoy your shift. I'm glad it's not me, but try to get some sleep before you go.
I already
Toby,
slept
do
an
you have
hour or
anything-
2, 3 before, so yeah, we'll see.
You guys have anything else to add before?
No, it was nice to talk. I'm not going to join every
Yeah.
time, but I found the time to do it today. Actually, not
Same
but I did
time.
it.
Same time every week. So
You will see.
hoping
I was thinking-
absolutely go check out Becoming Brigitte. I want to hear what your opinion of it. If anything, it's good for the trash value. It's just good trash entertainment.
Yeah, no, I have a couple of beer in the fridge. I was thinking like as we were getting to the 4-hour mark, like, should I pop a beer? But like, no, we are way over time. I probably should just spare it for for that one, the Coming of Brigitte. I'll just look up Candace Owens. I'll probably find out that video and because you can find it on YouTube, right? Or
Yeah, it's all on the whole series is on YouTube.
Yeah, you find
Just,
it over.
just search Becoming Brigitte and you'll find it.
It's funny.
Excellent.
It's funny as fuck.
okay. I'll try to I don't hang out in chat groups because it eats too much time, but I'll try to check up and get myself on a Telegram. You got the email, so I'll
just send me on Telegram on my private, and
We'll do.
see. Very well. Have a good night, everybody. A good day.
Yeah,
and
you too. And everybody, hope this was a good discussion. I had fun. We talked about a lot of different topics, which is always fun. And hit that like, share, and subscribe, and comment below if you have anything to add. And we'll see you back here, same bat time, same bat channel. So take it easy, everyone. Have a great week.
Bye-bye.
thank you
Cheers.
for hosting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Did very well. Bye.